Okay then, okay then, and hello everyone, and welcome to week 27 of From the Ink Up. I am Kaiser, your host once again for the 90th time. It feels like, and with me tonight is.
It's Panda. That's right, I'm back. And I'm happy to be here once again.
Yes, indeed. It's good to have you back. I am not entirely sure what our first round is going to be. Got it. Okay. All right then. And for our first matchup tonight, it is Avian versus Toolbox? I say slightly confused. Okay. So...
With an exclamation mark. Toolbox!
Yes, my bad. So we are going to watch Avian versus Toolbox!
Beautiful.
We've seen Avian a few times in the past. But Toolbox I don't think we have seen yet on stream to my knowledge. Unless they are a pickup, I'm not sure.
Alright, tower control, our first mode here on Mako-Mart. And as always, I'm expecting to see a duel for the stacks in mid.
I'd like to note, I'd like to note that Toolbox does actually have a 3 wave breakers and a bubble.
Yeah. 3 wave breakers and a bubble. Looks like trouble, is what I always say.
Yes, and on side Avian we are seeing Forge and Splash and a Blaster actually. So definitely while I think Avian probably has pretty good contest range, they do kind of lack the paint, since Splash does not exactly like to dedicate a lot of painting.
That is true. And it looks like they're trying to get past this first checkpoint using the crab pretty effectively there. And here we see the dueling wave breakers, of course.
And I don't know. Oh, okay. Thank you, Spectator Cam. It's a very interesting angle to decide to be at. Yeah. But yeah, with that first push, Avian has gotten through first check, meaning their next push can just make such a nice snipe from Avian's E-leader.
Nice follow-up with the Booyah on the plat. And here we see the use of a wave breaker on the plat as well. And it seems like they just flew past that first checkpoint on the drop. And they're coming up on the second one now.
Yeah, and which definitely, I'd say on the stage which is definitely the hardest checkpoint to break through is due to its location.
Definitely. Because as we've just seen, you could have the stack closer to the opponent side of the map, but it is possible to work around that if you're the defending team to get the other team out of that second checkpoint.
Yes, and there's also a case of, to be fair, with finding a second checkpoint, you really don't even have to leave your spawn that much.
Yeah, exactly. You can kind of keep the pressure up, but also bide your time inking against the enemy ink and building your specials.
We're watching this range blaster play a very dangerous game against a leader.
Yes.
Well... Okay, well that's just kind of rude. But yeah, it's a case of despite Avian having, despite in my opinion, Avian having less paint focused comp, they are definitely utilizing their comp just as well.
Yeah, and something interesting that we're seeing so far is that Avian is kind of taking like a stance where they keep up the pressure, but it's almost defensive. And it's just kind of like a bide their time, build their specials, and then they try to push the other team back.
Indeed, yeah, that's definitely what they seem to prefer doing as the pros. Very close to death.
Between the blaster and the pro, always dancing on the edge.
And not playing it, and that's a wipe out on the side of Toolbox, meaning Avian can potentially just break check.
And it looks like they have another nice snipe from the leader. A nice use of crab here on the stack to try to help them break through this last checkpoint. But it looks like Toolbox has pushed them back again.
It looks like Toolbox is running out of tools to use.
I wouldn't discount them just yet. There's a little over 30 seconds.
I forget you can do that with the sponge.
Yes.
That's what the sponge has used crab on power, meaning they're gonna try and tank through it, and they do. But unfortunately, they break check will go 2 down in the process, but take out 2 in the process. So it is ultimately, I think, a neutral game. Nothing on it. Okay.
That was a little bit of a stagger stop taking of the final checkpoint there, but they finally pushed through. So Avian takes game 1.
Definite. The ending remake quite heavily of Splatoon 1 tower control.
So how do you feel about the triple wave breaker on that one?
Look, okay, look, one wave is more than plenty.
I feel like we barely even saw the bubble used that much in that game. But we did see the repercussions of the wave breaker a lot.
Definitely, because wave breaker is while it is good for chip, is not something you really want more than 1 or 2 of. Actually, not more than 1 realistically.
Not even 1. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, there's arguments to make for not even 1. There's a reason you don't see breaker.
Yeah, I think when it comes to teamwork and coordination, I think the wave breaker is one of the more difficult specials to coordinate with everybody else.
Okay. Right then, and next is Rainmaker on Hagglefish And also take a quick second to note that once again we are still under our new old format of this being best of 3. Meaning this could be set here.
No pressure on Toolbox.
But yes, Hagglefish Market is a stage.
Yes, it is a stage. One of the best stages. Or am I alone on that?
I don't know. I'm sat here waiting for our streamer to give another horrible opinion. Alright then. I mean, my opinion of Hagglefish is it's a stage. I have no fun opinions on it. Oh my god, we are going quad wave.
Okay, they've stepped it up.
You know what? I respect it, oddly enough.
Yes, they took their chips and they just pushed them all in on this one.
But they're seeing a very quick treasure come out and... What? Okay then. New V dual buff.
Yes. Okay, looks like we have 2 wave breakers ready.
And
one has been used.
Avian just kind of starting a bit of a push out of nowhere, not really doing too much with it. almost giving Toolbox the Rainmaker for free. And Crab. Now we wait. Okay then. Alright then, Crab is gone, meaning we can get back to playing the game. So far, neither team has pushed Rain out of mid, and what?
These dually squelchers are doing their best, maintaining this whole area in the court under the tent.
And also surviving just about everything that exists.
Yes.
Yeah, as said, it's so far neither team has been able to get the Rain out of mid. It is a very slow game indeed.
Yes, it is. Avian has a couple of specials here, so I'm expecting to see them use their strike, maybe follow it up with a crab, or they could vice versa, stagger their specials to try to get the other team moving back a little bit.
Well, instead we saw Kevin well.
Of course.
But yeah, but no, the tech does, and we see Alicia and Avian. Oh my god.
Avian tried to power through everything to try to take that check.
They did almost get it, and the splash is gonna pop it, and they're still trying to break check, but unfortunately, that's not going to happen. And but dualies.
Yeah, Avian might be rushing it just a little bit here, but maybe it's just an after effect of trying to maintain their momentum of the previous win.
Yeah, I would say so. That was a really good jump out. Yeah, especially considering now neither team has really broken through that first check. It's still anyone's game, especially with the way Avian is positioned.
And this could be a little bit troublesome here.
Especially if they break check, and they're going to just barely not break check. 1 point, but that's free down on the side of Avian, leaving just a shot. We will see a leech.
Oh!
Another cancel, as the tech get against special and is going to throw it out, regain mid control, as Avian does manage to hold on to the lead by 1 point.
Yeah, that's it's just one checkpoint, but this battle is actually pretty tight.
Especially considering we're heading into the last, I believe, quarter of the match at this point. And crap. Alright then, moving past the crab, the splash is look to think that the leader is watching the right side, and the splash is point marker.
And here we see Avian drew some attention in mid with their crab, but they actually stuck together and went on the side checkpoint.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, they did, and I definitely think doing that's going to give them a pretty good advantage into potentially a. Well, I was going to say probably almost a KO, but it does seem Toolbox still trying to stop that.
Yeah, Toolbox has been playing a pretty patient game, comparatively. They do have a Rainmaker reset here. They've got a little over 40 seconds, so they might be able to put together at one last offensive push.
Yes, one last push to get the lead. And
the battle is getting a little wily here in mid. Toolbox needs to see if they can take down the Rainmaker.
They have 10 seconds left at this point. They basically have to gun it in. But the Rainmaker boss finds too. And with that, Avian takes the second game, and they also take round 1 of the night.
Congratulations, Team Avian, and it's a good playing to Team Toolbox.
Yes. Oh. Alright then. Well, on my end, I don't really have much else to say about those games.
Good job to both teams, and we'll be back for round 2.
Okay then. Okay then. With that we are back to we are back with round 2 from the Ink Up week 27 where we have which will be the Pieces versus Refresh. That's a good thing to read for some reason. And going into this for a round 2 match, our first game is Spotted on Museum di Alfonsino.
Another spectacular map. One of my favorites. I'm so glad they brought it back from Splatoon 1. And you can't tell me I'm alone on that, Kaiser.
No. I like Inkblot. Not Inkblot, the Alfonsino.
Yeah, it's weird. You said Inkbot, but I took it as Alfonsino. It was like the strangest thing.
Smart.
Alright.
Yeah,
sorry for the delay. We did have a few replays we had to get underway, but we are ready to start round 2.
Indeed, and with that, we should be completely back on track for finishing only a little behind schedule. Just a little behind. Okay, maybe a bit more than a little. But anyways, that is not the point as we head into our first round, and we are seeing Forge and Carbon. And we're
We're seeing a Nova mixed with a Junior and the Explo.
And I guess, well, I'm guessing missing the game plan there is just kind of let the Carbon just swim around the paint, which can, I guess, work.
It's gonna be an interesting match.
Yeah, it's going to be my first thought to immediately bring out the Nova.
Okay, we're seeing finally a couple of specials coming out now in mid.
Oh, hello, Carbon. And try to find one. Trying to find the Junior. The Junior is jumping out. Meaning, and the Carbon does find. Well, that was close. But yes, the Carbon did, I believe, find free in that. It's now time for them to push up.
Yes, with this map mode combo, it's always... You never know how it's going to go. Is the team going to push up to the plat to try to keep their enemy team back so that they can get more points on the ticker? Or are they just going to stay in mid and just let them come to them?
Hello, Splash. And well, okay, well, yeah, and with that, the Splash is found 2K. Almost finds a triple, but I cannot tell if someone stole it.
And how the turns have tabled here.
Hey, is this yours?
We are seeing a lead swap, and here we see the other side, where yes, they chose to push into the enemy plat. Okay, we're seeing a bit of a tussle in mid. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get this zone to flip, but the Carbon is trying their best. Two down.
The Carbon is, yes, and the Carbon is definitely 2, meaning it's going to be very unfortunate. And
oh,
so
just
close,
barely
so
didn't get the flip on that one. So game 1 goes to Refresh.
Indeed it does.
That was a really interesting game.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we saw the 2 different styles that are possible to play on this map mode combo.
Yes, indeed we did, and heading right up after that, we're heading on to TC Undertow Spillway. Why? My opinion is why.
Because it's one of the best map mode combos, of course.
That's my thought process if that came through.
This is going to be our thing, isn't it? All the maps I love.
Yes, this is a very common thing with me and my my co-commentators, where it's a case of you like this map? Incorrect opinion.
Okay, but for tower control specifically. Not bad?
That first check. Why?
Okay. Alright.
That first check is just a case of why. Just let it... Just extend the other two out then.
Alright, that's pretty fair, I'd say.
Reminds me of Piranha in S2 with Rainmaker, where it's just above the ground for no reason.
Okay. That's a pretty fair comparison, actually.
But yeah, beyond that, I mean, Illatel's mostly fine. I don't like it for zones in particular. That's like my only one I hate. Because it's just not fun in it. Rainmaker I think's fine-ish. I'm not a fan of objectives being lifted off the ground, like TC. No, wait, wrong map I was thinking. Wait. Did I read the wrong thing?
Oh, you read it correctly. Undertow TC?
Oh, I read it correctly.
Okay, we're seeing the 2-roller combo on one side.
Map's confused. Whoops, yeah, no, okay. I guess this map. Yeah, no, all modes are bad here. Never mind, I think anything good I have to say.
Okay, will we see a quick take of first check? No, it doesn't look like we will. That's everyone's hope for this map, that they will clear first check as quickly as possible. But it rarely ever happens.
Here comes the Carbon. It is now dead.
Alright, both teams are down a player. Trying to capitalize on these narrow corridors can be a little bit of a pain. But I think we are finally seeing breaking through the first checkpoint.
Oh jeez, it only just now dawned on me the full scale of how a Wavebreaker on the stage, where it just covers so much.
Yeah, one of the best Wavebreaker maps.
Yeah, I'll agree there.
You can close off one entire corridor almost with one Wavebreaker. Alright, we see someone's contesting the tower.
And the probe just dodging a Trizuka. And
oh, it cancelled out the crab. Both teams are now down 2 players. Second checkpoint is in the balance. Pretty spicy game.
indeed, and Trizuka comes out, finds one. Get it. Right then. And the Carbon's gone.
Yep, just when you see the Carbon's gone.
And he's back.
Oh.
Oh! Comes back around, finds 2. They are in fact the Grim Reaper.
Yes. Alright, if we see them start pushing up here, that would probably be the best play to get past first checkpoint, maybe keep up the pressure to get to the second checkpoint.
Yes, definitely.
There's crab and missiles ready now.
They're probably about to use missile, and the crab takes the bomb, almost done the flings though with that. And we were watching the crabs fight. Well, a crab, and that, well, I was gonna make a joke, but never mind. There was a wipeout.
If only they had at least kept 1 or 2 players alive there, it would have made another pushback a little bit easier to do. But that's not what we saw. But there's still well over a minute left, so it's still anyone's game.
Indeed. Yeah. And the crab is going in. And
I am so shocked. The survival on the splash.
dude, the splash is just going for it.
At
Down,
what
down the
cost?
spot.
At the cost of the tower.
Here they lost the tower, but I mean, the amount of kills they got was, I think, decent. It definitely will slow them down.
Yes, and they did break past 3rd checkpoint, which is pretty huge on this map, or on any map, with tower control. Again, we have crab and missiles ready at the same time, but they actually lost their crab.
Not the crab. Anything but the crab, and here, Mike. Okay, they want that thing's dead. I guess that's true for a lot of people in this game. They just, what is going on?
Flash wreaking havoc in the enemy base right now. They finally were able to send them back to spawn. Little bit of an early Zuka. But we might be able to see a couple of specials by the time they get to the 2nd checkpoint.
Hey, there's potential. Well, never mind. Commentator's curse, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course.
Alright then. Alright then. And with that refresh takes round 2.
Refresh does take the set. So we'll be getting ready for round 3, but GG's to both teams.
Yes. All right. Yeah. All right then everyone, and welcome to a round three, our final round of our group stage where we have Inca Inc. versus
The Whip Rays.
them. Yeah, try not to forget. Right, and with that we shall be heading, and as you know, we will be heading on, and for our final part of. Did we change groups to be more rounds?
I believe there's 5 on this one.
Okay, correction. Never mind what I said. We're not done quite yet with groups after this. So ignore that. We're heading on to round 3, where we have Clan Blitz Mako Mark, Splat Zone's Founder Height. I thought we banned that, and TC Inkblock.
Uh-oh, map mode contention.
Alright then. Just a little bit. Alright, never mind. I'm starting right now. Actually, we're heading on to Clan Blitz Mako Mark.
Clan Blitz, Mako, or Mako. I love this map mode combo, but this mode in particular on this map can get really dicey very quickly.
It's just a case of whichever team really does just hard wipe first will probably be heavily disadvantaged.
Yes, definitely. It looks like both teams are down a player.
And the truck is just going in.
But trying to put in a lot of extra legwork on this one.
The try is trying.
Yeah.
And okay then, we are about to be a actually wait, just in case.
Alright, both teams just seem to be swapping picks here in this whole first minute of this match.
Yes, we are already a minute in and no one has scored. A pack comes out from the try, and well, the rat's dead. And that is free down.
Okay,
down.
we are finally seeing a good numbers advantage for one side.
Indeed, and the
I believe this is Ika now making their first push. The basket is open, but they are down 3 players already.
And the try.
The try with a trade after surviving that jump.
When drop roller works, it really does work.
Okay. We're 2 minutes into this match now. There has only been 1 power clam scored.
We are quickly approaching the halfway point.
And the basket is now open.
Indeed, and the try is once again packed. And
And
whole bunch
no,
of in mid.
Same as for the other team, only the power clam has been scored. Okay, maybe Ika here is going to try to keep some map control without pushing too far.
I think Heavy's gonna try and go for it.
Nope, they tried to muscle through it.
Not the best play there, unless the shot's going for it. They
The
might
shot!
barely have enough time to score and gets follow-up in. And is just going round in circles. And clam the try!
Well, needs must, I suppose. You've
suppose
broken
they
the
do.
2-minute mark here, so that's 58's a pretty good lead to have at this point in the game. No picks come off of that inkjet, and they did also lose their power clam. They do still have a pity here.
And I think they're gonna bring another one, and they're just, well, they managed to score one, but unfortunately we just couldn't get there, and then as they wipe out on the side of the wipe race?
The whip raise.
The whip race, that's what it is. I can read English. No, I cannot. Anyway.
Ika Ink pushing up very quickly here. Looks like they're gonna try to stagger their clams. Get in a few clams, maybe get a
down
pick.
to 25, which is... And they're gonna keep going down to 16.
I'm expecting to see somebody try to go for more clams. Yep, there they go.
Down to 13.
Alright, well, final 20 seconds here. Whip Rays have already broken the basket. They might be looking for a jump in.
Yeah, I definitely believe the leader wants to jump in, but it just cannot, considering where the rest of the team is positioned. It is possible for the whip race to still flip this, but oh, never mind. Trizuka just said no.
Yeah, that was a very well timed Trizuka.
And leader can't necessarily get in on its own, and overtime is about to be over.
So this first game goes to Ika Inc.
Indeed. And from that, we are going to follow up a very active match into what's probably going to be our least active match of Flounder Splat Zone.
Flounder Splat Zones. I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Better than Wahoo.
Ooh. You know, I'm gonna let you have that one.
The streamer loses this argument. Trust me, I'm pretty sure chat for some reason likes to agree with our streamer here. So they might be disagreeing right now. But if they are, I can't see them, so your opinion is invalid.
Wahoo enthusiasts, rise up!
No. That stage is horrible.
Flounder, on the other hand, it's a little bit of a edgy.
Is edgy?
Oh, we got one! Yahoo for Wahoo!
Well said. I can't see it. So
it exists, Kaiser!
Much like Schrödinger's cat, until I see it, it both does and doesn't exist.
Wow. Pulling the old Schrödinger on us. Okay.
It's not the weirdest thing I've done.
If I remember correctly, we did see Ika Inc. on stream with the last from the Ink Up.
I believe so, yes.
And, they had a pretty strong, gameplay in that one. And so far, they've come back even stronger than last time, I think.
They definitely have, and we're seeing fresh stacks. Interessant.
Alright, looks like the Whip Rays, they might be going for speed and stealth. I see a lot of swim speed,
Definitely.
a lot of ninja squid, stealth jump.
Which I realistically don't think is gonna help too much on this stage because, well, it might. Well, never mind.
Whip Ray's off to a strong start. But can they maintain the zone, is the question.
Does not look at it as a shot is just weaving in and out in between leader shots.
Alright, we do see a zone flip for Ika Inc. But it is immediately contested by the Whip Rays.
Mm-hmm.
This is a best of 3, so it looks like they know what's at stake here.
Okay.
Both teams lose 2 players.
I have zero clue what just happened.
And the lead has swapped again in favor of the Whip Rays.
And this is also what I was mentioning earlier with the stage being pretty much just prepare set here for like the next 2 years. The brush does use it. Caster goes for the pillow, and it's trying to get a flank going. But
not too much came out of that. There are 2 jumpers though, so they might be able to get full numbers back on the field. And as I say that, 2 go down.
But 2 go down on their side as well, so it evens out. And with that Inc. has flipped his own back into theirs, and something they are going to be retaken lead. And the Dapples are just rolling.
I'm surviving.
Which... Oh, what the... Okay, I forgot the leader existed.
Never discount the range of the E-leader on this map.
If I recall correctly, this was... I can't remember if this was a good charger map in Splatoon 1. It might have been. I can't recall a stage in Splatoon 1 where the charger map, minus like Mori.
Okay, we see it. We see another Zuka here. Taken out by the try.
And
the Whip Rays finally
yeah,
getting a pretty solid zone flip here.
Indeed, with a free down instead of Whip Rays is going to try to push up.
Something to watch out for on this stage is taking the ink lines. It's very easy to, you know, put all of your attention on maintaining the opponent's side of the ramp so they can't get to the zone, and then you forget about the ink lines, and then suddenly, you know, the zone gets flipped from behind.
Which I should note, Whip Rays has taken lead. This is...
We have a crab on one side, a bazooka on the other side.
The shot is doing something. Oh, well, the Dapples went for it.
And the lead has swapped once again.
And we're finally under 50. The Dapples finding 2. Almost finding 3. And yeah, currently at this point, all of Inkinka just pushed up and just kind of has basically kept Whip Rays out of anything.
Yep, the Whip Rays have to at least stall one zone here. Try to see what they can do. Maybe get a couple picks. Not enough time.
Indeed, unfortunately, the clock does run out on that, meaning Ink Inc. has won round 3.
Congratulations, Ika Inc.
And with that, and with that, we shall see you all in just a little bit for round 4 of. Okay then. Okay then, everyone, and welcome back to round 4 of group with Calamity versus Neko. No, you're not getting it from me.
What's wrong with Neko Nyakto?
Not getting it from me.
Come on, Kaiser.
Nope. Anyways, moving on.
Mm.
For round 4, we have Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge, Clamblitz, Eeltail Alley, and Splatfish, Hagglefish.
Ooh,
Good.
I love it when a round starts with Rainmaker.
Indeed. It kind of almost sets precedence for the rest of the set in a way.
Yeah, it always feels like it does.
But, like always, commentator's curse might strike, so. I believe as right now we're just waiting on them to get ready to go.
Yes. And
And
here we go.
onto Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge. From seeing in the past, Galaxy is running their fair, not Galaxy, Calamity. Don't know where that came from. Oh, some other team is called. Okay, never mind. We are seeing Calamity run basically their usual comp from what I can remember. And a Neko we have not seen before, so this is new. And, well, that's just unfortunate.
Okay, hopefully Neko can put up a pretty good fight here. This first checkpoint, once it goes down, as we've seen in the past, it really sets you up to be on the back foot.
Indeed, especially on this map. And that Rainmaker just hit like 3 people at once. And
Well, they might be able to get chip damage and stop the rain here, and they did.
Stopping it at 8 with 2 down on the side of Calamity, meaning Calamity's probably gonna back up to mid, or maybe not. They are not. In fact, they're going to stay put and hold their ground in the Neko's base until half the team dies again.
Yep, it looks like Neko's finally pushing back to mid, getting some space.
I was gonna say should the game have ended there, the Charger would have got them more kills with the Rainmaker than its main weapon.
Oh my gosh.
And we're seeing a very interesting fight for Pop in mid. And yeah, in this case, if you're Calamity, you're pretty happy with your push.
Yes.
It's a matter of playing it patiently for the next couple of minutes.
Yep.
I have
We're
no
only
clue what's
just
going on.
now coming up on the halfway point here in a few seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Calamity is in a very comfortable position. But it is Rainmaker, so...
Indie, me, anything can happen. Luckily, this is between the previous installments where you could just basically run it all the way from mid to gold in like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Which I do kind of miss that. It was just funny when it happened.
Alright, looks like Neko's trying to give themselves a numbers advantage here.
And by the looks of it, if they have found it.
So now the question is, will they take the grates? Will they take the ramp?
I believe they're kind of indecisive about themselves as the Rainmaker attempts to dodge the charger. I feel like they're leaning towards going towards the right side, but they could still go left, considering the rain has not really left that block. It is now forced to leave the block, and damn, crab.
Yep, it's pretty easy to forget that Splash is a powerful weapon on this map. Or I should say Crab is a powerful weapon on this map.
Crab is powerful in general.
Alright, we're within the last minute here. Neko is down a couple of players, but after they get all their players back on the field, it is possible to get their specials up.
The charger using back so that they can. I think the junior is just gonna try and. It's just gonna try and stall and bury it and wipe out. But yes, the junior most was trying to stall and just keep it on their side of the base for as long as possible. By the look of it, Neko's shot might have pushed up a bit prematurely.
It's going to be very difficult, if not impossible now, to get possession back on that Rainmaker.
It is, especially as Calamity does the try and true Rainmaker shot of run backwards.
It is the Rainmaker way. And the first game goes to Calamity.
Indeed, and then with that, and swiftly moving on to Calamity Ill Tell, which we might be here a while. So, tight, because Ill Tell can be very slow.
Yes. There's something about it that it's like it's narrow, but also somehow it's possible to put all of your attention on one side, yes, and get the flank. It's a very interesting map, especially for Clan Blitz.
Ill Tell somehow feels wide yet narrow. Or narrow yet wide. It makes no sense.
Yeah, maybe it's because it's got the bridges, so it's like you've got some extra space to work with.
Potentially.
With that being said, Clan Blitz is one of my favorite modes on Eeltail.
It's fine.
Well. It's okay, you don't have to love it.
Everyone expected me to argue back. It's fine.
It's not for everybody, I'll give you that. But I think Eeltail really highlights teamwork. That's why I like it with Clan Blitz specifically.
I agree there, yeah.
I feel like we have seen Calamity before, not so much with Neko and Nyakto.
We've seen Calamity quite a few times. I think they've won at least twice? Maybe more, probably
okay.
More. Oh, once.
Alright, so they're coming back for another shot at the title, I see.
If they do, they get banned.
Alright, our second game starting.
And we're seeing a Luna from the side of Calamity, and is that... Okay, that's just a normal roller. I was looking at Big Swig. I was like, oh god, no.
Lots of Ninja Squid for the Nekos. So they're going to be playing a stealth game.
And
it is a
Everyone's
free-for-all
dead.
in mid here, yeah. Somehow Calamity did manage to make a power clam.
yeah, realistically, I have no clue what happened there. Just everyone was alive, then they all died. The Charger's gonna try. It's gonna rotate to the bridge. The Luna is doing what Lunas do and finds a pick, hits another guy, gets another kill, putting them in the advantage. And they're probably gonna try and push this as soon as possible. And someone DC'd.
Oof, I hate to see it.
Hey, our streamer has done something apart from just stream.
So I believe we are within the bounds to replay that match.
I believe we are.
I believe so. It is believed.
Because it is true.
The opening to that match was so interesting too. Everywhere we look, ink everywhere.
And then everyone died. The end.
Yep. True to the eel tail way, though. There was so much action happening, but very little actual objective being pushed.
Naturally. We are just kind of waiting now, so we shall be waiting around for...
I wonder if anyone in the audience has any, if there's any fan favorites out there. Team Neko, Team Calamity.
Well, chat's favorite seems to be Mug. Don't we all? Excuses. Disqualify it. This is a joke. I am just a commentator. I do not handle that stuff. Also, do not question me where I got disqualified from. Alright then, and we are back on with the game. Take two. With naturally the same comps. And
Hey, already a little bit of a different opening here.
Everyone's not immediately dead.
Team Neko.
Wipeout!
Wipeout! That's right. But I don't think Neko Nyakto's gonna let them get very far here.
I do not believe so either.
We see a couple of stealth clams for Team Calamity.
And with that, the basket has closed. And it's not time for Neko to push back in and get control of mid. As we need to wait throughout the clam gathering phase.
Neko has lost a couple of players. The jumper might have already been sent back to spawn, looks like. There might have been a little bit of a staggered push forward. Like I was saying before, this map really highlights the need for like everybody to be committed when you're making a push forward.
And once again, and the dualies have pot crab. That is one dead on the side of Neko. Neko, and both crabs have been used, and even just Calamity with their well. Mistake 1, using hammer. Actually, no, mistake 1, picking hammer. Mistake 2, using hammer. But anyways, going past my jokes, we are on. We are currently watching the dualies just basically kill everyone in sight.
Until the roller showed up.
But that is free down on the side of Neko, meaning because Calamity's turn to once again push in.
Calamity does have 7 clams, but they are using a stamp now. So they might not get a chance to use them or to throw them in, and the basket is up.
But wipeout! But that is a wipeout out on the side of Octo. And Bubble has been used a little bit early.
That's a good use of Wavebreaker here for Neko.
But let's get another ball scored, more clams used. Crabs are here. It's crab season. And the fall. Crab fall onto the crab.
A splash got caught going a little bit too far into mid without any of their teammates to paint for them. But we're still over a minute here. Calamity has scored a lot of clams, but the game itself is a little chaotic, I would say.
Not over quite yet. Calamity also has 21 clams. Which is
24.
it's about time we're gonna start pushing. And they do have free specials, just waiting out. Well, they lose their Luna, but they still maintain most of the economy. And that was a weird death.
Okay, we are within the last 30 seconds here. The Nekos are trying to make their last push.
But Calamity is still holding their own, taking out 2 on the side of Neko.
And Calamity looks like we're not having that. They push back immediately, and that's the game.
And they get this KO. And with that, Calamity has taken round 3 of groups. For
round 4. And so that round goes to Calamity. Well, it was a good fight for both teams. Hopefully we get to see Neko and Yakto again. Hopefully. And we'll be getting ready for our final round of groups, round 5.
See y'all in a little bit. Okay then, hello everyone, and welcome to our last and final round of groups, round 5, where we have teams of we have Risko versus as soon as I remember the name, I'll remember the other name because it's not from me right now.
I think it's the Ink Raiders.
Ink Raiders, yes. Just Risko versus Ink Raiders. And for our match for the final round, we are going on to TC Founder Heights, Rainmaker Museum di Alfonsino, and Clamblitz Scorch Cord.
What a night of matches we've had so far. We're ending group stage with a strong one.
Correct. If I recall correctly, these two are, I think, they're contenders for some part of the divisions, if I remember correctly, from what Elemental said. There's something looty. There you go. Knock yourselves out with that bit of information. Yes, we're starting momentarily. And well, talk about coronation.
It's so beautiful. I've never seen such a thing.
And we're seeing a bow. You'll see that one every day.
Hey, that's an interesting comps we've got here. I believe there's no crab for the ink raiders on this one.
Oh, for the ink raiders, yes, there is no crab. But ink raiders are off to a strong start. And
yes, they're trying to go for the first checkpoint here. They just might get it.
And that, they'll Tri-Strike being its new buff self, being much stronger. They have broke through checkpoint, but a Risko only has one wipeout.
Okay, ink raiders approaching second checkpoint here.
This was half come out.
Both teams lose 2 players.
But it appears to be ink raiders are just able to keep on going through despite how many players they lose.
As we were seeing a very tenacious push here from ink raiders. But if Risko can kind of take a second to get some mid control here, I think they'll finally be able to try to turn this around.
Indeed.
Okay, they made space with the strike. There's a bubble on tower.
But the roar did get 10 missile, and it is currently a 2v2 more or less.
You love to see it. The wall climbing sneak attack on this map.
It looks like the Splash has found 2. And the bow does ultimately trade with what we shot. You like to Tri-Strike. Does go down, but actually takes one of them with.
This is a very interesting matchup here. On the one side, maybe a little bit more stealth-based, Risko. And on the other side, very strong offensive and defensive from ink raiders here so far.
Mm-hmm. And with both sides coming just trading out their players and okay, very well.
The bomb takes out 2. And by the tower, there's one more. Will they escape?
Playing ring around the rosy. And once again, the tower is in ink raiders' control.
Another ink strike. a whale on the side of the Ink Raiders. We're coming up on the last minute of this match. Ink Raiders is in a little bit of a tight situation. They just lost 2 players. 3.
Oh.
And hopefully Risko can keep up this momentum.
Finding 2 picks on the side of the Ink Raiders. I think at this point Ink Raiders kind of is staggered, but the gal is going to try and flank, and Bubble comes out.
The bubble and perfect timing for Risko.
And a tragic mirror, we're actually going to see a lead trip over to Risko.
Oh, final seconds of this match.
This is as it results in into a reverse KO. Very nice.
You love to see it.
I think at first the main thing was just Risko getting their footing, and then just rolling from there.
Yeah, exactly.
With that, we are heading onto our second match, which will be on Rainmaker Museum di Alfonsino.
Alfonsino, everybody's favorite map for Rainmaker. Also known as... Right?
I think so? I'm not sure.
I'll take it.
Source? I made it up.
Right, I'm really interested to see how each team decides to take on this Rainmaker map after this last one.
Indeed, it'll be interesting to see how both sides either change or don't change their comms. I'm going to assume we shall be starting in just a moment as we wait for the teams to all as we wait for everyone to press A. Because I am just in general running out of things to say, because I have been up for way too long.
Hang in there, Kaiser. We've got this!
Alright, it all.
Okay. Wow.
Jesus Christ.
And this set will resume in just a moment. In the meantime, I'll just fill you in on all the reasons why Museum d'Alfonsino is one of the best Rainmaker maps. Reason number 1. The Rainmaker begins on an elevated platform, which I think is always one of the best situations for any Rainmaker map. You can contest first pop if you would like, but it doesn't really get you anywhere, because it's elevated. That being said, it's still dangerous if some players are caught off guard too close to the initial Rainmaker pop. Reason number 2. And Kaiser's just gonna let me do this.
Go for it.
Okay, reason number 2.
My brain has decided to play an entire episode of Konosuba in my head. Please send help.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, to be fair, it's either you list that or I ramble about the fact that my memory is good for literally anything apart from what I need it to be good at.
I mean, some would argue that's even more interesting than the top reasons why Alfonsino's the best Rainmaker map.
Well, let's see here. Despite only watching most series once, I can recall the entire plot of... I can recall overarching plots, subplots, and even individual episodes. So it's pretty flawlessly without really thinking too much about it, despite only seeing most of these things once.
That's amazing! That's like a superpower.
Now, if only I could do that with guitar. It would make learning a lot quicker. But my brain decides, no, we're going to remember the plotline of everything you've ever watched.
That's pretty cool, though. I can't do that.
Also, a little update from Twitch side, we are currently at 69 viewers. Please laugh. Thank you for your laugh.
I'm sure one day there'll be other things that you do that'll, like your memory ability that you have, it'll be applied in some new way where you're like, wow, this is why my memory is so awesome.
Yeah, I guess, but to be fair, I wish it was better at memorizing vocab. Because, speaking 3 languages is kind of fun.
Do you ever have times where you try to think of a word in Japanese, for example, but you think of the one in German?
Yes! I want to create a sentence that's half German, half Japanese.
Oh my gosh.
Accident. That was grammatically correct in both languages.
Oh my gosh. That's so wild.
It was like 5 AM in the morning. And my brain created a sentence, Bistu ichi nensei desu ka? Which is the correct form of asking a yes-no question in German, and the correct for Japanese asking a question. How did I do that? I have no clue. I was trying to ask the question in Japanese. My brain somehow got in German.
Hey, that's awesome though.
Because this is like the first week of Japanese pops.
Crazy.
Another funny story is I had German right after Japanese. So I was like, oh, cool. I go from speaking Japanese to speaking German, then back to English for computer science.
Is it really English though?
Well, depends.
How high level is the language is the question.
It depends on the coding language. If it's Python, it's basically English.
Yeah.
I'm looking over at chat for the first time in my life. I see someone asking about German. I believe what you mean is Bratwurst or Bratwurst, which is no, it's not bread and sausage. Bratwurst is I can off the top of my head because I don't. Bratwurst is just a type of sausage. Say bread and sausage in German, it'd be Brot und some form of Wurst. So like Bratwurst, for example. Not to my knowledge. No, Bratwurst is just a form of sausage. Because
I think we found a new segment from the Ink Up. Ask Kaiser anything.
Ask Kaiser about German. Or even Japanese to an extent, because my brain just works.
Yes.
Ah, okay. Because to explain what a Brat in German is ground meat. So, and Wurst means sausage. So, bratwurst is
A
well,
ground meat sausage.
basically.
Fits.
Like, well,
There
let's
you
give it a try and translate. I accidentally painted my dog yellow.
Thank you, chat. For Kaiser's challenge of the day. Lingual challenge of the day.
I gotta sit here and think about that one for a solid minute. Hyper-realistic is... okay, why half English Japanese? Hyper-realistic is... God, how to use... Trying to think I should describe hyper-realistic. How do you describe it?
Hyper-realistic. Maybe it's like, it pulls out so many qualities that would otherwise be realistic that it has exaggerated reality.
In a way, yes, that's what's... okay then, and that concludes this section of Asked from the Ink Up commentators. Why is there a Nautilus?
Okay, it looks like Ink Raiders did keep the Explo.
I don't think their comp has changed too much.
A great jump out of a sticky situation for the Nautilus, for Risko.
And the Explo is just shutting down their first push. The Junior deciding to back up and torp.
As Junior do.
As the Junior do be torping.
Yes. Okay, Ink Raiders tried to go for a check, didn't quite make it. But they're trying to keep up the momentum. This match already feels even more action-packed than the previous one.
Indeed, and at current, neither team has actually passed the first checkpoint. So we could definitely be seeing some interesting things. But it's going 2 down the side of Risko.
Ink Raiders has a triple ink strike ready, and just as I say that, they are down.
We are currently watching the Sharking Junior. Oop. This is the most scuffed 1v1 I've ever seen.
Yeah, those missiles really put a damper on what the Junior was trying to do there.
And I think the Rainmaker is probably starting to run out of time at this point. Because you just enter a Rainmaker free zone. I'm not in... I guess I can see what they're attempting to do, but they'll probably... Question mark?
Yeah, we might just leave it at that.
Alright, then the roller's gonna try and get back in the mid. The shot's gonna paint right over the curling bomb trail. And the dualies.
Ink Raiders has a lot of ink on the ground.
They also just went 2 down, and this could be... Almost lead change. Missile come out. The Junior does find the kill on the Flingza. And has another breaker ready. But it is 2 down inside of Risko. The Junior's gonna go down as well. Meaning it is leaving only 1 in any position to really contest.
Ink Raiders in possession of the Rainmaker now. They're going for the jump, and they are stopped before a checkpoint once again.
That is free down on the side of Ink Raiders. So Risko's gonna once again pop it. The roller is going in for a pick. The Roars get picked, but the Knot sure does, as the Knot and the Roar push up into their base.
The Knot is now in a great position here. Keep some of the attention off the Rainmaker, but they were stopped.
The things are gonna come behind though and pick off the Nautilus, leaving just the Junior right off spawn, meaning all Risko is currently in spawn.
Hey, as far as ink coverage goes, Risko was able to even it up a little bit there, but they didn't really paint that much as they were pushing forward, so they might be suffering a little bit in mobility here, as Ink Raiders finally takes first check.
Indeed. As the shot goes to the high ground, and they get it all the way to 26.
And if Ink Raiders takes this, then the set would be tied up 1-1. So we have Risko trying to keep the momentum, trying to take this game, take the set, and you've got Ink Raiders trying to hold on.
It's gonna be close. Unfortunately, the Knot does go down a bit bomb. We wants to roll in the Rainmaker and basically a 2v4. The Roller finds one though. Is the shot attempting to what is going on?
Risko trying to see what they can do here, make some space with the Rainmaker.
2 down, but they lose it at the last possible second.
Yep. And Ink Raiders has tied the set up 1-1. And remember, this is a best of 3, so the next game takes it.
Our next and final match for this shall be Clamblitz Scorchforge.
And as our teams are getting ready for the third game, I suppose it's only proper etiquette to say hello to the Raiders.
Crazy.
The berry has raided. Thank you.
Jesus. Oh yeah. I should also note as we are beginning to finish up. Bruce, we should also be exchanging commentators after this match. I forget who takes it over for us after this.
I'm not going! So if you're just joining us, we are in the group stage of our bi-weekly tournament here. This is round 5. And after this, we will be going to the bracket stage.
It hopefully should not be too much longer until our next match begins.
So our first game here, Risko pulled the KO after being down to the last checkpoint. And then our second game, the Ink Raiders finally pushed through to get almost to the final podium and Rainmaker.
Perfect.
And now we have Clamblitz on Scorchforge,
which is our final match of our best of 3. There is a lot of rollers in this lobby. Or in this match. And
Ink Raiders hasn't changed too much with their comp. So far, it looks like Risko's really trying to get some ink down, at least a little bit more than we saw the last game.
using crab a bit early to use crab a bit early. Unfortunately, he does not find anyone, but the splash on the side of Risko does go down, followed by the roller, meaning Risko is slightly staggered. And
We haven't seen too many contentions for clams, but Ink Raiders has steadily been building up, trying to take advantage of the clam economy here.
Indeed. This match has so far been watching a one team attempt to control the market. A very nice crab cancel, but unfortunately, it's just the gal left in a 1v3.
What I would like to see here is for Risko to really keep up this momentum. Not to go too far, but to keep map control.
But also at current, they are one down, meaning they. Okay, the roller just decked 2 people over there.
And Ink Raiders has also lost 2 players.
But yeah, with that possession of kill, it is time for a Risko to push up, pop in the bubble. Finally, the roller finds free.
The roller is on fire right now.
The roller backing up to score its plans. Wrong basket. And also, with it wipe out. And
But can they keep the basket open?
I do not think so. But down to 18 and 1 push is very good, to say the least.
Yeah, it's incredible. So now Risko has options.
Indeed, they can either play semi more defensively, or continue to keep the pressure and go for the KO.
But it doesn't really look like the Ink Raiders are gonna let them just bide their time.
And a decent trade from the roll coming out. A crab has been used finding another pick, meaning Risko might be trying to get another push going as they score 2 pities at once, basically completely removing their other penalty.
Yes, all it would take is a few clams at this point, but they weren't able to follow it up.
Indeed, it would have been a little bit off to try and score anything in, but well, I respect the attempt, Flingza. But no, moving on, definitely, I think mostly just knocking off that penalty break. Hello. A nice trade from the roller, in my opinion.
Yeah, that was pretty well timed, because we see Ink Raiders is finally going for their push here.
With indeed scoring 2 balls in rough, but going 3 down in the process, only reaching a score of 71. And wipeout. But yes, with that, it is time for Risko to once again set up in mid and maintain control for as long as possible.
They might be trying to break the basket here.
I think they definitely want to try and do it, but it is a little dangerous to be heading to the last few seconds. Looks like they are going to go for it, and they are going to score in 2 clams. That's going to probably be game. Yep.
That was game. So Risko wins their second game in the best of 3, and this final round goes to Risko.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. And so then, with that is all for bracket. I don't really have too much more to say. Do you?
I do not. GG's to both teams. Kaiser and I are going to be swapping out. And you have the bracket stage to look forward to.
Indeed. Until next time.
Hello, welcome again to From the Ink Up as we're ready to get into our gold bracket tonight. I am Toma and I'm very excited to be here on the mic with you, and tonight I'll be sharing the mic with my partner.
Hi sports fans, how's it going? I'm Saf. This is my first time commentating on From the Ink Up this evening. It's a beautiful Friday night and I'm so excited to be here and share the mic with my dear friend Toma. How you doing, Toma?
I'm doing great, very excited to be here tonight. We're setting up for a great gold bracket here tonight. Our first match is going to be Black Squid Ink Burger versus Squid Sushi, going in on Tower Control Flounder Heights. What do you think about this map, Saf?
Flounder Heights, man oh man. It's a great map, it's a fun one, I believe. It's a great addition from Splatoon 1. The only thing that I disagree with is where is the height? It's in the name, Flounder Heights. There's no height to be had. And it's just not tall enough. But regardless, this is a fun one indeed. And on tower control especially, I think it's really difficult and you really gotta watch yourself with getting through that first checkpoint. I think that's where a lot of the difficulty comes in when you're trying to get the tower pushed and moving, and then getting it to that second checkpoint is kind of a bottleneck and kind of a choking point. So I'm excited to see what's gonna happen on here tonight. I'm grateful to get to see this map mode get played out, and especially by some friends on Squid Sushi that we know dearly, Pinky and Weef. I'm excited to get to see their gameplay.
Absolutely. I'm interested to see what both team comps are going to bring out here. Flounder Heights offering a lot of interesting team comps, using those ledges, using the height, and all the things that you can hide under can poke and prod at the enemy team really well. We're setting up to go in right here. We see a roller, 2 sloshers coming out on the side of Black Squid Ink Burger. And on the side of Squid Sushi, we see 3 shooters coming out, and a Hydra, a little bit more of a conventional comp coming out on their side.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where the Hydra is going to be able to get posted up here. I think that's going to be really crucial, especially because Squid Sushi, I believe, is lacking, Black Squid Ink Burger is lacking a little bit of range. So I'm interested to see how the players of Squid Sushi are going to be able to support their Hydra. And Weef getting an excellent pick right out the gate here, but unfortunately Black Squid Ink Burger is going to be the team that is moving the checkpoint now to checkpoint number 1 and getting that bubble and that crab popped at just the right time to get those points ticking down from checkpoint 1.
Yeah, fantastic job there. I think we're really seeing these sloshers being able to take control of this area, kind of like I said before, able to poke and prod at Squid Sushi from underneath and just hold a lot of space. But you can see that Squid Sushi is not going to give up. They're going to strike this tower, respond with specials, and try to get a push in. They get one down on the side of Black Ink Squid Burger, and kind of a bit of a bloodbath going around the tower, with one left on the side of Black Ink Squid Burger now going down. Squid Sushi is going to be gearing up to make their push here now.
Yeah, and I gotta give a good shout out to that booyah that happened a little bit ago at that second checkpoint. 2 different players from Black Squid Ink Burger were getting cornered just in right next to the second checkpoint and getting taken out by that booyah bomb. But I think now Squid Sushi is gonna be on the respawn here, trying to get back in and get some ink on the ground with no specials online quite yet, and 1 player going down, unfortunately. But Black Squid Ink Burger is going to have a special online, and now we are making their way to the second checkpoint with that bubble kind of acting as a shield against Squid Sushi.
Yes, we do. We see, but all of Black Squid Ink Burger kind of converging down onto the junior there, able to take them out. But as the tower controls the mid, we kind of see a pretty evenly split map. A lot of blue, a lot of yellow still on both sides. The Hydra here, Weef taking a good pick, gets a pick. I think this Hydra working out very well for Weef here. With this map, one of the things that a lot of backlines can struggle with is getting flanked suddenly, and I think the Hydra here was a great pick from Weef and is able to deal with those kind of fast rushdowns very well.
Yeah, and especially when you're picking a backline weapon on a map like this, like you said, there's so many opportunities to get flanked and to be flanked. And so in order to play a backline, you definitely have to keep a little bit more mobility and keeping in mind of like where your players are on the map and kind of looking and seeing, okay, is there a 1v1 happening here or a 2v1 happening here? And we can see now that Black Squid Ink Burger is now going to break that second checkpoint and almost on their way to that third one, but unfortunately Squid Sushi doing an excellent job of following up with the defense, and we have all 4 players up making their way back into mid.
Absolutely great taking of that checkpoint there. As you said before earlier in this match, that checkpoint is really difficult to get through, and now with that being done, they won't have to repeat it if they get back to it, so that's going to be a great opportunity for them to continue and push score later on.
Yeah, and now we see here that Black Squid Ink Burger is going to make their way back to that second checkpoint. You have one player from Squid Sushi trying to fight for that tower, and the roller is actually going to go for the pick versus pushing those points. And I believe Black Squid Ink Burger, that was a pick that they are willing to take, and especially because they have 14 extra points on the board on Squid Sushi.
Yes, and with having that checkpoint, they can pretty much know here that, you know, we want to continue to push, but we can't be too reckless. We can't just lose our lives here, because if that checkpoint breaks on the other side, we may be in a world of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see too that one player on the side of Squid Sushi was trying to just maybe get that tower a little bit more scooched over to the side there, but unfortunately to no avail. But you see, this T-Tech player unfortunately getting pincered by two players of Black Squid Ink Burger. Black Squid Ink Burger is doing an excellent job of playing defense here and doing defensive maneuvers where it counts, and you see now that they got that crab on that tower, we're going on our way to that third checkpoint, and the clock is ticking down with that bubble protecting the players that were there. And the same kind of maneuvering, they opted not to get a few more points on that tower and to actually go for picks instead, which I feel that they actually do have the space to be doing that, and they are still opting for points now, about to break the third checkpoint.
Was huge for Squid Sushi there, really able to use good use of their specials to keep the push going, and taking great use of the verticality of this map. You know, going down that ramp on the tower is a height advantage for the offending team, and I think that Black Squid Ink Burger was really able to use that in their favor to keep the pressure on the Squid Sushi.
Absolutely, but now we see that there's a lot of purple on the middle of this map here with 3 specials online on the side of Squid Sushi, but right at the end there, unfortunately, 3 members of Squid Sushi going down and not quite able to figure out a second push there, so that one is going to go to Black Squid Ink Burger.
Yes, it is. Great game there from both sides. I think that we saw really just there, like I said, at the very beginning of the game, Squid Ink Burger, you saw them sloshing from underneath the greens. You saw their shooters sitting on those walls, waiting for people to come to them, and Squid surging up to get those kills. Really using just kind of the hidey and flanky nature of this map to their advantage. A very well-played game by them there. We'll be going next into Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. And you know, Squid Sushi here has got to pick up a win. This first round of gold bracket is best of 3, so they can't afford to drop this game.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see too if we're going to keep on seeing that Hydra from Weef coming out on this one and giving the front line that kind of further support that they may or may not need. And I feel that Weef really played the Flounder Heights map really well. They were able to kind of keep their distance and support their front line, but also being able to watch out for flanks where they needed to and keeping kind of a level head through that game. And so I'm curious to know what we're going to be seeing coming out next year.
Absolutely, and with a map mode like Rainmaker Scorch, a much larger map, a lot more flat with big open sight lines, I think it's going to be a lot better of a map there for a backline. Whether Weef sticks with, you know, Hydra or shifts off to like Leader or Stringer, that range that they have over Black Ink Squid Burger is definitely going to give them a huge advantage here that they didn't have in Flounder Heights if Black Ink Squid Burger does not bring a backline.
Yeah, and I do think that Squid Sushi may or may not struggle with the aggression from Black Squid Ink Burger, because I feel Black Squid Ink Burger definitely had a lot more aggression coming into that Flounder game. They were able to isolate a lot of the players from Squid Sushi and able to force them into 2v1s where they needed to. And so I'm curious to see with a game, such a fast-paced game like Rainmaker, if the same is going to kind of be applicable here. And there we go. We see Weef is going to keep on holding onto that Hydra, and we do have a pretty aggressive front line coming out from Squid Sushi, but that's not to... nothing to gawk at, though, with Black Squid Ink Burger as well. We do have seen aggressive frontline from Black Squid Ink Burger as well, and we have a blob. Do my eyes deceive me? Is that a blob libbler on the side of Black Squid Ink Burger I'm seeing?
That is a blob lobber coming out, and it's going to be shooting those blobs all over, or lobbing those blobs, if you would excuse me. Just creating a lot of pressure there in mid. Both teams kind of just poking around at each other right now, trying to find a pick. One goes down on the side of Squid Sushi. Two now on the side of Squid Sushi. Trading with one from Black Squid Ink Burger, but not quite picking up the reign and taking a push off of this yet.
There we go. Now we're going to see Black Squid Inkerger picking up the Rainmaker, and the Blob Leveler is going to be the one opting for the Rainmaker and just smooth sailing onto that first checkpoint, getting it broken. Squid Sushi is going to have to make quite a follow-up here. It seems that most players are kind of in spawn right now, trying to just get some ink and get some specials going. And we get a few more points on the side of Black Squid Inkburger there. We were just able to sneak a few more. But now, if we look at the map now, Squid Sushi is doing a great job of throwing that ink down, and they are going to respond with a great push of their own, just smooth sailing right up to that first checkpoint.
Yep, and that was a great jump out, I'll mention, by the dually there, being able to get back to their base and pop the crab for the defense without losing their special. Definitely a key play, I think, there that really helped that defense. But now with, you know, some on the respawn, this Rainmaker right now looks like it was struggling to pop, but does eventually go to the side of Black Squid Inkburger. Squid Sushi gonna have to make sure to get a pick here, get the podium, and because Black Squid Inkburger got that first push and got a little bit more in, they have to go a little bit further than just check as well to get the lead.
Yeah, and I think it was smart of Black Squid Inkburger to just let the Rainmaker reset here, you know? They don't have too much of a lead, but, you know, they're able to kind of relax a little bit, and especially because this is a potential match point for them. They're able to kind of relax. They got a few more points on the board, and they're able to kind of let that Rainmaker reset, and now they are trying to look for picks in order to see that if they can get a really just solid and streamlined push coming out of mid.
Yep, and as you see here, just kind of sharking, waiting for the right moment, not really wanting to project themselves and getting a pick on the backline for it. Very good play from there then. Now they see the two over here and drop. They're going to bring out that crab, apply some pressure there. They are able to dodge those strikes. Very good for them there.
Yeah, and just before there, you could see there was a little bit of a double crab party happening on the side of Black Squid Inkburger. Two different crabs kind of rolling right next to each other. And one player from Squid Sushi just kind of had to back off there. They were like, hey, you know what? I see what you're doing here. Two versus one, and especially two crabs versus one, that ain't for me. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to back off, which I think was a good play. I didn't see which player on the side of Squid Sushi was able to make that play and back off, but I think that was a good idea. And now we see we have a 2-for-2 situation going on both teams, with the Rainmaker being pushed mostly by Squid Sushi here, but unfortunately Poke trying to get a pick for the side of Black Squid Inkburger, but unfortunately not finding it and getting a trade.
Definitely a good trade there. You know, not wanting to lose that matchup there and put their team in disadvantage as the Rainmaker resets here in mid. So buys a little bit of time from stopping the enemy push. Weave here now going to try to set up, maybe come across these grates and start, but they get the Booyah Bomb. They're going to throw it at that crab, see if they can delay it and pick up the Rainmaker. The Booyah Bomb, you know, protecting some of that space, but we do see a crab coming out, getting some shots on. You see the Blob Lobber. Just a lot of chip damage and pressure being applied to the area right in front of the Rainmaker here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Black Squid Inkburger, once again, on the defense. They're able to just kind of chalk up as many points as they can right at the start and then play an excellent defensive game. And especially in a game like Rainmaker where things can happen so quickly, being able to have a strong defense and be able to hold your defense for however much time, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, even 4.5 minutes, can be such a difficult task. And I think Black Squid Inkburger is doing an excellent job of that.
They absolutely are, and I think, you know, we kind of mentioned it at the beginning of the match, kind of seeing a Blob Lobber out, funny pick, you don't see that often, but they're doing a great job of just pressuring space with it, you know, not necessarily getting kills, not necessarily, you know, getting those stats that you want to see, like, out of a top-level game, but they are able to just stop the Rainmaker from advancing, and that's something you can't see on paper. That's working out very well for them.
Yeah, I'd agree. You definitely want to be able, especially with a blob, you want to be able to maintain space and hold the space, and you want to be able to displace the opponent players, so that way that your more aggressive frontline players can kind of weed those people out. And we can see here that the defensive game on Black Squid Inkburger was definitely the key win here, and Black Squid Inkburger is going to be taking the second round.
Absolutely, they did a great job there. Kind of just, with about 30 seconds left, knowing, hey, we can kind of just afford to drop it here into this ditch over here. It's going to be in a very awkward position for the enemy team to be able to pick up and move forward, and we can just kind of defend it. And that's exactly what they did, and it worked out really well for them. Overall, I think a great game by both teams. You saw excellent plays, but Squid Sushi just falling a little bit short in that aggression and being able to push those points with it.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there. It definitely seemed like the members of Squid Sushi were heavily displaced in that Rainmaker match, and I do think it was partially due to the blob. Not really being able to find their footing and find places where they could either flank and or shark for a little bit to try to go for picks, and I think that Black Squid Inkburger was able to kind of bring the aggression and able to find the flanks and shark a lot more effectively, and especially because they were a little bit they were feeling a little comfortable having a bit of a 20-point lead. Definitely could see some comfort and could see that, hey, you know what? We got the points on the board. We know where these other players are because they can't be where they want to be because of our blob player. So we just got to kind of seek them out and search and destroy mission, if you will.
Absolutely, and that's going to do it for round 1 of our gold brackets. We'll be back here shortly for our quarterfinals. Thank you for joining us, and we'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to From the Ink Up. We're getting into quarterfinals for our gold bracket here tonight. We're going to have an exciting match against Pure Chaos and All Intelligence. We'll be starting out on Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge once again. So, how do you think about returning to this map, Zaf?
We're running, baby. We're running it back, and I'm very happy about it.
It's definitely a fun map, I think, and I'm very excited to see, last game kind of played a very stally game, barely getting past that first checkpoint, but it's one of those games where they get up into your base, it can be very, very crazy and impactful, so I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that this time as we return to it.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you. Honestly, I'm really hoping to see an Inkjet. I'm not sure why, but my mind's eye is saying Inkjet for this one. I want to see an Inkjet get up into that base, into those spawns, and apply just tons of pressure and just really displace and get into people's faces. That's what I want right now. I'm manifesting Inkjet, Toma.
I kind of like what you're cooking there. I think it'd be really funny, especially after they pick up the Rainmaker from that second, or that first checkpoint, being able to pick it up and just kind of go underneath that window and get up and cause chaos and distract people from firing at the rain could be really funny to see. We're going to see, coming out tonight, we have All Intelligence running the, is that a double splash and a sploosh with the leader? And then on the side of Pure Chaos, we see a Wiper, Shot, Pro, and a Hydra coming out. What do you think of these comps?
So no Inkjet, no, I'm just kidding. Comp is looking pretty interesting here, actually. I'm really curious about the Vanilla Pro. That is an interesting choice, but I mean, hey man, it's low level, baby. Anything goes in low level, and
yes,
you love to see it anyways.
It does, and the double splash sploosh, we're not, unfamiliar with double splash coming out in Splatoon tournaments, but pairing it up with a sploosh is quite an interesting choice, I think.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if these splashes intend to play maybe a little bit more supportive. Like, they do have some aggression and a lot of pressure coming from crabs, and especially if they were to double up on those crabs and use them at the same time. So I'm curious to see if the sploosh is going to be kind of more of the anchor for these two splashes, or maybe if it's going to be the other way around and the sploosh is going to be more aggressive. But we see here that the Rainmaker is now moving on to that first checkpoint. Almost to that first checkpoint, just kind of cradled right in between the wall and the checkpoint there, and hopefully that we're able to get this pop and just kind of get that moving.
Yeah, but good points on the board for All Intelligence, but they definitely want to try to make sure to clear that checkpoint, but it looks like, unless this sploosh can maybe kind of do the sneaky back door, which it looks like they're going to be able to do. Oh, and they go down just before touching the Rainmaker, so not even able to stall it. Good defense there from Pure Chaos.
Yeah, you could see that Pure Chaos was kind of just kind of firing as much as they could to try to get some ink in there, but you could see that the sploosh was really trying to just reach the one finger out there to just try to tap that Rainmaker and get it into their possession, but unfortunately to no avail. But we're going to see Zilly here coming on in with the Wiper, trying to apply some pressure, get some ink down at the same time as well, and kind of in this 1v1 with Snow and almost getting the pick, and Snow is going to have to back off, which I think is a really good call on their part, with a stamp coming out, and unfortunately a short-lived stamp at that, and not really getting the pick that they wanted.
Yeah, All Intelligence kind of there in their face. You saw the Wave Breaker go down, adding damage because you can't really jump very fast with the stamp, so that's going to apply damage, and the Splash just getting the final pick. And we're going to see now here is they're going to wind up, and they all are taken out by the stamp just in time to stop the dunk.
Yeah, and it's kind of a tit for tat on the stopping the dunk on both sides, but now we see All Intelligence is going to be able to get that dunk with 68 points on the board with 2 of their own members down, 3 of their own members down. I stand corrected. And now Pure Chaos is going to be coming out with their crab of their own to try to apply some pressure and get some ink going down in mid, and one player goes down, and you can see that another player is getting cornered by that Rainmaker blast. And now we see the flank coming in. Oh my gosh, what an excellent flank by that Splash, able to get 2 picks there.
A little bit of opposite teams there. That was All Intelligence able to clear that checkpoint just now, and now storming up into Pure Chaos's base, taking this Wiper, able to push it all the way to 11. This was that action that I was talking about that I wanted to see, and All Intelligence really delivering.
Yeah, All Intelligence is doing a really good job at applying some strong pressure here, and I think Pure Chaos did a really nice thing there to reset the Rainmaker back into middle. They were like, hey, you know what? This is getting a little too close for comfort. We got to make sure to get that Rainmaker back and now Pure Chaos having only 3 members down now on the respawn, with All Intelligence coming back into mid and getting the ink down, and they were able to just paint mid so effortlessly and so quickly, and now we're gonna see if we can get a couple more points on the board.
They sure try to, but this Sploosh is kind of just doing what Splooshes do, which is just swimming through ink and sneaking up on you, and they get the wipeout on All Intelligence, or I'm sorry, yes, on All Intelligence. They're gonna now clear the space. All Intelligence is gonna be taking all this blue, picking up their Rainmaker, and going across these grates now, actually, as you kind of see Epi up here doing a great job distracting, being able to protect the space in front of it. But now with 3 of them in the elbow, Pure Chaos should be focusing on that Rainmaker, but 2 go down. The Inkzuka kind of focused onto the members as the Rainmakers kind of shifted back around. Epi is just kind of living in their base, managing to survive. You see that All Intelligence really is just kind of able to hold here, stall time, which is exactly what they want to do right now with 25 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and now we can see that there's 3 members of All Intelligence that have now gone down, but they are able to provide themselves a lot of time and just running down that clock and providing a lot of distraction, I think, for Pure Chaos. And Pure Chaos has been kind of struggling with the distraction. They have been getting distracted and falling for it, but now that there's still 3 members down on All Intelligence, that was the moment that they could push, and they still had that Rainmaker in their spawn, but unfortunately not having enough time to get the points that they needed. So that first one is going to go to All Intelligence.
Yes, a great defense there by that leader. You know, the rest of their team was down, but that leader held steady, able to get the pick on the Rainmaker, and Pure Chaos just not able to pop it in time to get back into the game. They did a great job just knowing, like, hey, don't sweat it. My team may be down, but they're not up on here for me yet. I don't need a reposition. All I have to do is pick this Rainmaker.
Yeah, and you gotta hand it to Epi. I think Epi, especially like we were saying, the Sploosh is a very interesting pick. And especially when you have 2 Splash players, you have just kind of a hyper-aggressive front line going at it for you. And I think Epi was doing exactly what a Sploosh does and provides a lot of distraction. And I think the members of Pure Chaos really fed into that. They kept kind of looking for that Sploosh and that flank from the Sploosh because they were able to do it once. And so if they were able to do it once, then they could possibly do it again, you know? So I think Pure Chaos kind of fed into that, and unfortunately was to their detriment.
Yes, it definitely was. We're going to be gearing up to go into Clam Blitz on Eeltail Alley now. I think also going to be another interesting pick here. The leader coming out on the side of All Intelligence is definitely going to give them the range advantage over Pure Chaos, but I do think that this is kind of one of those maps where if you're able to flank, you're able to get behind their backline, you can cause a lot of damage. And we saw that Pure Chaos was able to hold space very well, which is probably one of the most important things in Clan Blitz, is you need to be able to hold space, build up your clan economy before making a push, so you don't just dunk one power clam and that's it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, and especially on a map like Eeltail where it is so long and skinny, and then it's definitely caters to the backline of the team. So having that E-leader is definitely going to be a really big leg up on this one, and I think that's something that you're going to have to watch out for. You really got to watch out for that line and seeing if that line is coming for you, and especially if the E-leader is able to get a really good setup on the map, and if you're unable to really find the flanking and push for flanking that you need, it can be really difficult. So curious to see how that's going to pan out.
It sure can, but you know, the Sploosh being able to show that it handled itself really well on a map that's pretty hard to flank on Scourge Gorge. So I'm very excited to see what they're going to be doing here, and if they're going to keep up that same kind of aggression that they did from the first game. We're seeing a almost similar comp coming out, except for they are going to opt to bring a little bit more range this time from Pure Chaos in the form of the heavy splatling. And we're seeing almost the same exact comp coming out from Pure Chaos, except for trading off the Sploosh for a T-Tech, which is going to be great to be able to move the backline, move the heavy, and clear space with those tri-strikes.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we see too on the side of All Intelligence, we have the E-leader. Once again, we have the E-leader out and ready to go and trying to find a good spot to get posted up, and hopefully the front line is able to kind of provide that support and provide that ground for them, and especially if they really need to be more mobile. And I think with having the Wiper and 2 T-Techs coming up to bat for Pure Chaos, that can be really difficult for the E-leader to kind of find a spot where they can get comfortable.
It can, and there's kind of just a mess of ink going down right now in the middle as, every team's kind of searching for those picks. You saw earlier one of the teams up there rushing the bridge, but was flanked from behind by the splash from All Intelligence, doing a good job keeping an eye out for those sneaky kind of plays here and protecting their heavy. Again, you're just kind of you're seeing a lot of clams right now on the side of Pure Chaos, but they don't quite have the space yet to push up and make a push with it.
Yeah, and I think, too, that goes to show that All Intelligence has a very, very good eye for getting ground and keeping ground coverage where they need it to be, and especially making sure that there's a lot of ink in front of that spawn, which I think is super important, and especially on a map like this where it's so skinny and there's really not a lot of ground to cover. A really nice pick there from the T-Tech. Now we have a 1-down situation on both sides. E-Leader's got the special online, kind of waiting to see the opportune moment for that Wavebreaker, and there we go. That infamous sound of the Wavebreaker getting thrown out and getting placed. With a couple people getting tracked now by the Wavebreaker, and I think this is a perfect opportunity for these splashes to kind of practice that aggression that they need to be doing.
Yep, and now we're starting to see, that clam economy build up on the other side, going for the side of All Intelligence. But they do get the pick on the power clam, but they aren't able to get in. They try to push somebody in, but Pure Chaos does a good job defending. A lot of, space still in the ground being held by All Intelligence, but Pure Chaos is refusing to let them into their base. Kind of still a very stalemate game as we're just ticking past the halfway mark and no one's been able to get in and score yet.
Yeah, and this is, too, I think in a game like Clamblitz where nerves kind of start to unravel a little bit, because it can stay a neutral game for so long, and when you get into that 7-minute overtime, that can get really exhausting sometimes. You can really see that people's offense and defense will really start to unravel here. But I think All Intelligence is doing a really great job of making sure to hold on to that clam and really just being patient. Practicing a lot of patience here for when they want to make a proper push. You see the Crab getting a nice pick there. Unfortunately, the member of Blue trying to run away on Pure Chaos was not able to get away quick enough like they needed to. There's one clam going in, breaking the neutral game at 1:50. We have 1 power clam, 2 power clam, 3 power clam for All Intelligence going into that basket at 37 points, with a couple more to follow up, with a few more in their pocket. Still 10 more in their pocket, with Ink Strike coming out to try to keep that basket open and getting into that basket. They are just going to do it in one push. All Intelligence getting that game in just one push with a few power clams and some change. Nicely done.
Absolutely brilliantly played there. You saw, they didn't need to rush in that first push. They didn't need to rush in on the second. They really just bided their time, making sure that they're playing safely, building up their clam economy for the right moment. And that discipline and that, being able to hold themselves back really paid off, because they found that moment, and just excellent use of that special, being able to coordinate everything perfectly with their team to create so much space and just continue that push on, as you saw more members going back for clams, picking them up, and just completing that wonderful 0 to 100 push. Absolutely brilliantly played.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that I just love about Clamblitz, which I feel has gotten so much better and I think is so much fun, and especially in a competitive sense, is like when you have that basket open, sometimes rushing in and getting all the clams in that you can in one moment isn't the right call. And playing the long game and playing the patience game is sometimes a lot more beneficial. Like, maybe I will get a couple clams in there and kind of wait it out a little bit. Maybe I'll throw one in there to just kind of keep that timer going. And I think, too, with clam spawns being on the side of All Intelligence in that one, they were able to get 3 power clams in right from the jump, and then able to run back, grab more, and get a few more in there. And I feel that Pure Chaos was definitely in Pure Chaos at that point, because when you get 3 power clams in one go, sometimes that can be really stressful, and that's kind of where their defense was unraveling a little bit, and especially having that Ink Strike coming in to really open up that basket and apply pressure, get some ink down for more folks to come in and get some more clams in. So that was just well played by All Intelligence.
Absolutely, and we'll be coming back shortly. We're waiting on just one more match to finish up, Sheer Cold versus Ika Inc., and we'll be seeing you back again on that side of bracket with Octopi versus whoever wins out of Sheer Cold and Ika Inc. Welcome back, everybody. We're gearing up for a semifinals here that we're definitely going to remember. We're seeing Ika Inc. versus Octopi coming out, starting off on Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard. What do you think about us going into this, Saf? What do you want to see out of both teams?
Dude, taking it on back to Splatoon 2, baby, and especially on Sturgeon with Tower Control. This is personally one of my favorite map mode combos, and especially as a backline player, I greatly enjoy this one. As a washed-up Dynamo player, I greatly enjoy this one. As a Hydra player, it's a little more difficult, but I'm excited to be here for this one. I'm excited to see some weird comps, and I'm looking at you, bucket players. I'm looking at you, roller players. I'm looking at you, vertical height advantage players. Where are you at? This is your time to shine on this one, and especially going into semifinals.
Yeah, I'm really feeling you on that Dynamo comment. I loved that weapon in Splatoon 2, but man, they just nerfed it hard coming into this game. I used to stack MPU so much on that thing and just get insane kills. I miss it so much, especially on maps like this that have vertical height. You can kind of just flick over walls and get crazy kills. But we're going to be going into it now. We see a bucket come out on the side of Octopi, and we're going to see Ika Inc. rolling out a little bit more traditional. You see a Stamper on both sides, which I think is going to be interesting. You actually see double Splatana on the side of Octopi.
Yeah, I'm interested to see a couple of Stamper and Splatana fights going on here, because to me it's kind of like a sword fight. Before it was vertical Dynamo fighting was like a sword fight, but now that we actually have swords in the game, you can really see some sword fighting going on. And now Octopi is on their way to checkpoint number 1, just smooth sailing onto that first checkpoint, and you see that the Splatana is kind of down in their pit, getting a really excellent pick there off of one of the members of Ika Inc. 2, not 1 but 2 picks within a stamp throw, almost finding that third pick for the side of Octopi.
Yeah, it's a great opening for them there as they're able to clear that first checkpoint. Now heading on very fast onto the second one. The bubble coming out is going to buy them a little bit of time. Getting through the second checkpoint here would be huge for them. And it looks like they are able to clear it. Now they're just going to round right up with 3 down, 2 down on the side of Ika Inc. This is gearing up to be a 0 to 100 push. And looks like they are able to do it. Wow. Excellently played there from Octopi.
Yeah, they were really able to stagger their picks so well. Right out the gate, right off the jump, able to stagger their picks and get the picks that they needed to. And I really gotta say, Cammy getting into that pit area just very early on and getting a double pick, super helpful, and also just something that really baffles me about Tower Control, and especially because we have shifted away from the armor meta and have moved on to the bubbler, is timing the bubbler and timing it well. It's such an incredible skill to me, and it seems really simple from the outside looking in, but when you're actually a bubble player and you're trying to time it correctly with taking checkpoints, it really does come down to like a science. It's an art form, truly.
You know, this is actually a conversation I was having the other day with one of my co-captains. Is support plays very differently here than in Splatoon 2. Splatoon 2, you could kind of just be off on the map wherever, and as soon as somebody called for it, you could just pop armor from wherever and just be a total map-wide support bot. But in Splatoon 3, these support players, these bubbles, having to be a lot more strategic about it, having to paint in relevant areas and be forward with their team to actually get effective use out of their special. It's definitely much more well-placed and much harder to use effectively than, you know, some of this support in Splatoon 2.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with you there, and I also think that a lot of the supportive kits have a lot more aggressive sub-weapons, and I'm looking at you, Junior! I'm looking at you, Junior and Custom Junior. You got the torpedo and you got the splat bomb, but you have the wave breaker where you need to be close to other players for that wave breaker to be effective. And you have the bubble where you need to be on the tower with that bubble if you want to use it there, or you need to be around your friends in order to protect them, especially like your backline. If you want to protect your E-leader, you could pop that bubble and protect your E-leader. And we're going to see here, Octopi is still going to bring out that double Stamper, that double Splatana Stamper comp, and they also have a T-Tech and the Junior now. So I'm interested to see what kind of mobility that they're going to be going for here on Rainmaker in the Undertow.
Yes, but a quick pop from Inca Inc. wipes out 2 members of Octopi there. Great opening as they're just going to be able to clear this first checkpoint pretty uncontested. Now, you know, if you're Inca or Octopi, you've got to be careful at forcing the enemy out of your back now. You know, you've got that stamp, and you got this wave breaker, but they're not really quite converging in onto Inca Inc. yet. Inca Inc. is still able to just get picks, 3 down on the side of Octopi. They're able to push it a little bit further, but now Octopi is really going to need to force them out here, get them out of their base to clear and take back some of this space.
Yeah, and I gotta say, the Stamper and the T-Tech on the side of Octopi were doing an excellent job of doubling down and playing off of each other there in that kind of firefight that we saw happening at that first checkpoint. They weren't able to get too many more points. 32 is still an excellent lead, I believe, but they were able to really apply pressure and kind of pincer different members of Inca Inc. very well. And we still see here that there is still a lot of ink to be had for Inca Inc. and getting that Rainmaker just kind of moving forward, even though now there's a wipeout on Inca Inc. and now Octopi is on the respawn with the rebound on with the Rainmaker.
Yes, Inca Inc. doing just a really great job there, you know, not able to find the KO, but just kind of stalling it there in the base of Octopi as they just kind of do a little bit of smaller pick up, push, and not getting, you know, fully out of the base. Able to drag it on almost to like the 3-minute 30-second mark, I think, was when they were finally forced out of there with that wipeout. But you do see Octopi not ready to give up as they are able to clear that first checkpoint, now not having to clear it again to be able to push forward. So now definitely going to have to play a little bit safer if you're Inca Inc. to not lose that beautiful lead that you gained.
Yeah, and this is always my favorite when it comes down to Rainmaker games like this, when both teams are able to pop the first checkpoint effectively. It just comes down to a Splatoon 2 Rainmaker game, baby. We're going back in time when it gets down to this point. And an excellent pick by the Stamper there. We see the Spider-Man special coming back out. I always forget the name right when it's coming to me when I'm commentating. I will remember it here in a couple of seconds. But that was still an excellent push for Inca Inc. there. Or for Octopi, excuse me. Great push for Octopi and getting the lead. Just a few more steps in getting that lead and getting it down to the 19 point. There's still 2 minutes left in this game. And now Inca Inc. is going to have to respawn with this one and try to match those points.
Yep, and as you were saying, I think that we saw great coordination there from Inca Inc. They were pushing on the left side, and on the right side, they had their Zipcaster come in and get those vital picks, get behind, distract, skirmish a little bit, able to distract the members of Octopi Inca Inc. long enough to be able to take that lead for Octopi.
Yeah, absolutely. And two, there's not really been an ink advantage on either side. It doesn't seem like either team has really been progressing with a lot of ink coverage more than the other team. Both teams are throwing down ink constantly and just kind of contesting one another with being able to try to hold space. And these points are really close with only a minute and a half left. And so Inca Inc. definitely is going to have to get some ground to cover here, but not very much. Only 5 points to try to match the lead that Octopi has on them. And I think that this could be a really good push for them right here. You see that now that the Stamper is down, and I believe the Splatana is now on the respawn, you see a this way coming out for the side of Inca Inc. and getting that Reef Slider out, trying to clear some space as much as they can and getting a run on the grates there, but unfortunately getting pincered off by 2 members of Octopi.
We have 3 down right now on the side of Octopi. This could be the push that they're looking for. Oh, but they go down to the strike when picking it up. With 40 seconds in the game, it's still anybody's game right now. They just need to be able to play a little bit slower so that they're not running right into the face of Octopi defending their base.
Yeah, and you can tell that the pressure's on right now for the members of Inca Inc. for sure. Getting a nice pick there, but unfortunately going down to the Stamper on the response just right away. And you can tell that the members of Inca Inc. were a little bit stressed right there. And I think Octopi was kind of feeling the pressure as well, just trying to get the picks where they needed to and to try to pressure that Rainmaker onto the grate so they didn't really have anywhere to run. The only way to go was to that left side, because if they go down, that's a lot of ground that they need to make up. But now we see the Rainmakers in possession of Inca Inc. and we're moving into overtime with just 6 seconds left in the game. But the member of Octopi there, I didn't see who got it, but that was a crucial pick for them, stopping the push from Inca Inc. and Octopi taking another game.
Absolutely, and you just saw that Inca Inc. member just centimeters away from picking up that Rainmaker. But Octopi coming out with that great defense. You saw when they were up there on that ledge, popping that tri-strike, knowing like, hey, I may be the only one left up on my team, but this tri-strike does one of two things. It's either going to get the kill, or it's going to stall them just long enough for my team to be able to come back in and support me. And sure enough, it got the kill that worked out for them.
This is something that always stresses me out so much with Rainmaker on this map, and especially when you see most folks going to that left side, because the left side is usually the safer path to take, even though there's that bottleneck point where there's no ink on the walls, there's no ink on the ground, it's an uninkable surface, and you just kind of have to run for it. It always stresses me out seeing players trying to take the great side and going around that little hump and then trying to kind of jump across there, because it's really just such a gamble to try to do that. And especially when you had the members of Inca Inc. all in their spawn and Octopi all in their spawn, and Inca Inc. was just kind of trying to get as many points as possible, just inching it forward. But it can get so stressful when especially when you're not getting the picks that you need and you're not able to get a soft wipe or a proper wipeout to try to get those points and to have a lot of space in order to move. And I think, unfortunately, the picks that they were getting were just too staggered to where there was always somebody there from Octopi to respawn.
Yes, absolutely. And now 2-0 with this being a best of 5. Inca Inc. needs to look at this reverse sweep to be able to stay alive here. They're definitely going to be feeling the pressure, but I think we saw in that game that, you know, even under pressure that they can play really cool, and that's the composition that they're going to need to be able to keep going into Clam Blitz on Scorched Gorge here for Game 3.
It's Scorched Gorge too. This one to me, I love this map mode combo so much. I think Scorched Gorge overall is just such a great map, but I love Clam Blitz on it because there's only two ways to really get into the basket. There's only two avenues that you can take, and most people opt for the straight and narrow path, which is right in front of the basket, because it's really hard to flank on this map, and especially if you have a backline or you have someone that's very impervy to watching that flank and knowing and seeing where the player is coming from. If they're going to try to run across the middle, it's just so open. So it's very difficult to try to find a proper flank, and so the straight and narrow always just turns into a bloodbath, and I enjoy it so much because a lot of times in those bottleneck, really small, tight areas is where you can see the best 1v1s or the best gameplay from people, because a lot of times your brain just turns off and you go goblin mode, and it's so entertaining.
Absolutely, especially like when you see these comps coming out, like the double stamp or the double Splatana, that's going to be very aggro, very in your face. We're not seeing a whole lot of range out of these two teams, with I believe Heavy kind of being the longest range, and then, you know, Stamp is able to kind of poke at a distance, but doesn't necessarily have the best effective range. So we're definitely going to see, just kind of like you said, a lot of bloodbaths, a lot of fights going on, 1v1s happening in that corner as everybody just kind of pushes up together, and you'll see a big kind of team deathmatch there in order to stop the basket.
Yeah, and Clam Blitz is always a team deathmatch until the first soft wipe or the wipe happens. Always. And we kind of saw it too with that previous Clam Blitz game on Eeltail. That game went down below the 2-minute mark before there was an excellent one-off push that could be had. And it really can come down to playing the waiting game and being patient and trying to get proper picks where you need them. And sometimes the game will take as long as it takes, because if you can't pop that basket right away, we're just going to keep on keeping on until somebody can get a power clam in there.
You're absolutely right, and we see a little bit more range coming out on the side of Inca Inc. or Octopi now with the Explosher, which is going to do a great job of kind of chipping, kind of pressuring, zoning out areas. And on the side of Inca Inc. now, we see a tent coming out. I think that's going to be really fascinating, and I think it can clear a lot of space. They can use it to safely push up under that basket and maybe protect their team in those fights that you were talking about.
This is why I love low levels so very much. You have a double stamp or double Splatana, double bucket versus a tent. A comp with a tent on it, and I just love it, Toma. I live for it so very much. You see now that the T-Tech is gonna go down on the side of Inca Inc. And we have Octopi kind of coming up here and applying so much pressure, and an excellent pick by Cammy there on the heavy splatling. Reef Slider kind of coming in, but not getting the pick that they were looking for. And you have the members now of Inca Inc. on the respawn. Cammy just kind of trying to hold space as much as they can, but unfortunately not able to get that second pick on the Ted player.
Yes, absolutely. I think that was a great play. You saw them pushed up, taking care of the members that were in base, but I think one was able to get behind them and stop their teammates. But that is the kind of play you want to see. Being up there, clearing the space for your team. If they didn't have that flank from behind them, that could have been a huge push for Octopi.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think the heavy there was just a little bit out in the open of where they did not want to be. It was kind of a free kill for the machine right there. But we can see that Clam economy is kind of low on both sides. Like I said, we're still looking for that kind of team deathmatch gameplay right now, looking for the proper wipe in order to make an effective push and kind of get in there where you can. But now we see a tent kind of coming in. Reef Slider's going to utilize that tent as much as they can to try to get in there without really, mostly unscathed, but unfortunately not really applying pressure where they needed it. With 3 members down now on the side of Inca Inc. Octopi, though, having 10 clams in their pocket, but not really anywhere close to the basket quite yet. Looks like we're still trying to get some Inc coverage down, trying to get a little bit more coverage in mid, having some escape routes ready to go and online for just in case if we need to get out of there quickly. But Inca Inc. now is all on respawn. They're up on the respawn. We have the tent now kind of applying like a little bit of a defensive maneuver, trying to push people out of that left side there. And it's still anybody's game now with a minute or 2.5 minutes left.
Yes, it sure is. You see another kind of 3-down situation on the side of Inca Inc. is Octopi is now finally able to open basket here for the first time. But after throwing 3 clams in, or 2 clams in, that's kind of all that they're able to contribute to that push. You are seeing them now 3 down, not really able to continue it here. And with those 3 down, you know, it's going to be free space here for Inca Inc. to start pushing up. They've got 17 clams, 18 clams now on the ready. The second power clam behind. As this tent is pushing through, but the power clam goes down on the jump.
Oh, and that's a wipeout too for the side of Inca Inc. You could see that jumping, coming in with that power clam kind of ready to go, but unfortunately the members of Octopi were just like, hey, you know, we see you, we know what you're trying to do here, and it's not going to work. And so they were able to take those picks and get it in. But now Octopi replying with a jump of their own and getting wiped out, unfortunately, with that throw, and only getting 1 power clam in there, and I think maybe 1 additional clam down to the 64 point.
Yep, now we're kind of seeing the trade-off of both teams kind of rushing in really fast when the other ones go down and they're able to break open, but they haven't built up that can economy yet, so it kind of just turns into the same thing. Both teams, you know, dunking a power clam, but then getting wiped out, and they just kind of trade that in a back and forth manner, which it seems like they've been able to stop that now, as both teams are kind of resetting here. Inca Inc. being able to set up and defend this time from a push from Octopi.
Yeah, and same thing here. The clam economy is just not super high right now. We have enough on the side of Inca Inc. to make a power clam, but no members actually forming that power clam. And as I say that, there we go. It is in possession, and we have it with the heavy splatling. And especially they're trying to stay close to their wave breaker, and hopefully their wave breaker will able to get some chip damage there. But we see now that the Swatana is going to be coming zipping around here with Zipcaster, not quite looking for a pick, but actually just doing some distraction maneuvers, and I think a couple of members of Inca Inc. kind of fell into that, but there was nothing really to follow up with it for Octopi, unfortunately. There was no clams there to kind of follow up, and we do see that there's a power clam on both sides kind of ready to go. But once again, it's kind of turning into a neutral game right now with Inca Inc. in the lead.
Yes, and you just kind of keep seeing the same trades happening, 1 down, 2 down, both sides, and neither side really able to get the space, but you do see a jump here from the side of Inca Inc. They missed the power clam, not able to get that in. Now a 2 down on the side of Octopi. Inca Inc. needs to make the play here, but rushing forward a little bit without any ink to push it. This heavy splatling is going in alone.
Oh yeah, the heavy splatling for Inca Inc. is going in alone, and they're able to not only get rid of that penalty, but get it down to the 70. Now we're down to 64 points, and they just needed that 1 with Octopi losing the lead. Inca Inc. is still in this game and taking game number 3.
Wow, I am kind of speechless right now. That maneuvering from that heavy, just the solo person, able to push through all of that yellow ink in front of them and able to break that clam basket. Wow, they really toughed that one out. I think a lot of players would have given up in that situation. So kudos to Inka Ink's heavy there.
Yeah, and something too, like you were saying earlier, both teams were both kind of coming out with fists swinging on this one. Both teams were just kind of popping basket, maybe getting 1 or 2 in, basket closes. Next team pops basket, getting 1 in, maybe 1 clam in, basket closes. So there wasn't really a lot of points to be had on either side, but when it came down to the final play of where it really counted, you could see that the heavy was just kind of going in alone with 3 different members of Octopi trying to keep them out, and unfortunately they were unable to because all they needed was that 1 to break the penalty to the 70 points, and then they just needed a few more for follow-up.
Yeah, you have to wonder what's going on in those VCs right now. I'm sure Octopi felt very confident there, but then losing it in the end, you know, you kind of look at it, you know, I can't even blame them. I know when I see like a solo backline trying to rush down and we have 3 members up, I usually think, hey, we've got this in the bag, but they did not, as Inka Ink was able to keep themselves alive here.
Yeah, and you gotta hand it to the members of Octopi as well. Really trying to use that Zipcaster, by the way, that Spider-Man special, yeah, it's called Zipcaster, in case you didn't know. Fun fact. You have to give kudos to the Stamper to trying to use that Zipcaster and trying to use it as more of a distraction versus being more aggressive with it, and especially on that play, you could see that there was 2 members of Inka Ink. Their eyes moved from the basket to that Zipcaster, which I think is exactly what they wanted them to do. They wanted that distraction, but unfortunately, it just kind of, again, it came down to that final play from the heavy splatling and breaking that basket open, so, which happens, it happens.
Yes, it does, and we're going to be seeing coming out now onto, this is, I'm so sorry, this is tower control on Hagglefish Market.
Yeah, we're going shopping.
I was expecting to see.
We're going shopping at the market, and we're riding a tower to get there. Let's go, you're driving.
They are kind of a bloodbath around the tower as Octopi does go down. Inka Ink able to get this tower rolling.
Yeah, and we see too the E-leader is gonna just kind of post up comfortably on this tower with Wavemaker, kind of letting them know if there's anybody close by that can try to get them. And the junior has Bubble online, and we're gonna pop at Bubble on our way to the second checkpoint here. Inka Ink's again smooth sailing on this tower, getting to second checkpoint, almost there with the 48 points. And just a small smidgen of points for Octopi here at the 98 mark, but still plenty of time left in this game for them to change that up a little bit. Tower now coming back into the middle, and Octopi, we're looking at you. We're waiting for you to respond on this one.
Yes, we are, and we do see a great pick from the blaster there, but now, you know, Ink ready to respond. Able to go ahead and get this push rolling again, but we do see Octopi set up, ready to defend.
Yeah, and Octopi did a good job at flanking right there. You had 2 members from Inka Ink on the tower kind of getting it ready to push almost around that corner, but you had the Stamper and you had the Machine on the respawn, just flanking right from behind and taking those 2 members out, and the tower goes back to a neutral position. I'm curious to see, though, what member of Octopi is going to try to make their way to try to climb around on this tower, especially because a lot of the weapons on Octopi right now are more mobile weapons. And especially, we see 2 Cammy switching out that Splatana Wiper for a Blaster instead. And so, curious to see what member of Octopi is going to be the one sitting on that tower with an excellent pick coming down by the Machine, and now a wipeout on the side of Inka Ink. This is Octopi's time to get some checkpoints broken and some points on the board.
Yep, this is what you want to see, and this Blaster already trying to set themselves up in a good place to stall the match. But going down there, you see 2 down now on the side of Inka Ink, 3 down as this Junior's the last one alive. And they aren't able to clear the checkpoint, sadly, meaning Octopi is going to have to repeat the checkpoint from the beginning to be able to go back through it. Great defense from Inka Ink, trying to keep themselves alive and hold that lead.
Yeah, and I think Inka Ink's doing an excellent job of providing a lot of space for their E-leader to be able to push up and to apply a lot of pressure as well, which I think is something that's so important for, especially for like tower control, because the game is so reliant on where that tower is, that that's where a lot of players are going to be, is where that tower is. But now we're seeing that Octopi has 3 members down with the blaster on response right now. Tower now moving back into a neutral position, but we're still getting it moved by Inka Ink. Inka Ink is still moving towards that second checkpoint right now, and Octopi is kind of struggling in order to keep them out. Even though they still have the flanking on their side, you can see the Stamper there was looking for a pick and for a flank, and they were able to get at least one, looking for the pick on this machine, but the blaster is able to follow up and get the remaining damage off of them. So now Tower moving back to neutral position once again, and Inka Ink is comfortable, I think, with this, and I think they're comfortable with taking the trades as well.
Yes, they sure are. Doing a great job holding space, keeping their members alive, and that's absolutely the most important thing that Inka Inc. can do right now. With a minute remaining in this game, they know that if they can hold this space, that they can win. It's a big deal that Octopi wasn't able to get through that checkpoint earlier, because now they've got to clear it again, and that does take a lot of time, and the tower's in a very vulnerable position as it reaches that checkpoint. Inka Inc. is going to pick up the tower here, get a little bit of the push going. They are able to take 2 down on the side of Octopi and kind of continue this push they've got going, knowing the further that they can bring it into the opponent base, maybe they can pick up more points. But most importantly, it's going to be more space that the tower has to go back before Octopi can start scoring, and they get the wipeout on Inka Inc. This is now, 26 seconds left. They've got to make this happen if they want to stay alive.
Yeah, and I definitely think, too, that Octopi's really got to consider who's going to be their tower rider in this one, and I feel that that's something that they've been kind of struggling with in this match. There hasn't really been a distinctive tower rider for Octopi, but Inka Inc. has been able to move the tower really effectively for themselves and kind of operate at a level where they're able to switch off tower riders. But now it seems like I might be eating my words here with 2 members down on Octopi, with Booyah coming out for Inka Inc. to provide a lot of more coverage and kind of cover that backside area there, and they're able to take the lead. Octopi right in overtime taking the lead.
Octopi doing a great job there, cool under pressure, as they needed to be able to take that back, and they do. Inka Inc. just getting a little bit scrambled, but they were just in such a awkward position there with, people under those ledges putting pressure on there, the blaster, the Stamper doing a great job forcing people to move, as Octopi is able to take this set 3-1 and advance on to Grand Finals.
Yeah, congratulations to Octopi. And I gotta hand it to them. They were really kind of floundering through a lot of that game. I feel Inka Inc. was getting all of the right picks and being in all of the right places that they needed to be. But Octopi, I think, in those last few seconds, especially getting that Booyah Bomb to cover an entire entrance to the back into the map, and getting the picks that they were looking for, they were able to really stagger the members of Inka Inc. And unfortunately, Inka Inc. was unable to respond to the aggression that Octopi was applying. And again, you could see that bubble on the tower in those last few seconds, and it's just the timing of that bubble can be so crucial, and especially going into overtime when you're trying to maximize your lead and to take the lead from somebody else. And so Octopi played that one very well, but nevertheless, Inka Inc. also played that one very well too, and sometimes it kind of just comes down to 1 or 2 blunders in overtime.
It absolutely will. So we will be seeing Octopi moving on to Grand Finals versus Black Ink Raiders, and we'll be seeing the 3rd place match off stream going to Inka Inc. and All Intelligence, and we will be back shortly once we have these 2 teams in our lobby and ready to go. Hello, everybody. We're gearing up to go into grand finals here tonight at From the Ink Up. We're going to be seeing Octopi, who we just saw, versus Inca Inc. versus Black Ink Raiders. We're going to be starting off our games tonight going in on Splat Zone's Mako Mart. What do you think we'll see out of these teams? We've seen them both play before. Saf?
I'm so excited for double stamper, double bucket comp to make a return, and I hope it's on Splat Zone's Mako Mart. I want to see that Explosion, I want to see that machine, and I want to see these two stampers duke it out with Black Ink Raiders. I'm so curious, and I'm so interested to know.
Yes, so we're gonna see, we do see the return of the double Splatana comp coming out on the side of Black Ink Raiders. Along with that Expo that we saw, they're definitely going to have a lot of paint and aggression out on the field. But we are going to see the superior range coming out on the side of Octopi.
Yeah, and Octopi to just bless them for having that Explosher out. Explosher really shines on this map, and they're giving it a lot of justice, I feel, just right out the gate with getting to 78 points already, and still keeping it in their control. Already, and unfortunately for that stamp, though, that stamp getting traded with the jump that was coming in on the side of Octopi. Octopi now having two members down in control, going back in with Black Ink Raiders, and Black Ink Raiders doing an excellent job of getting a lot of ink down where they need it. The Crab is able to kind of get a good position here on that left stack, applying pressure on this Stamper, but unfortunately the Stamper is going to be the one that is victorious in that 1v1 fight. But now the Stamper is going to be going down to the T-Tech on the side of Black Ink Raiders. It's kind of just like a, well, if you're going to take me down, I'm going to take you down. But if you're going to take them down, then I'm going to take you down. And then you could see a little bit of a stamp chase going on there, too, on that side of the zone, in the neutral zone now, but with Black Ink Raiders in the lead.
Yes, that stamp kind of taking an excellent choice. Like, okay, the other stamp has passed me. Now is the time to pick up my stamp and get them going. But Octopi is not ready to give up yet, as that they're here and they're able to take control of this zone now. Only about 20 counts to be able to start taking points off again. They're kind of set up here, you can see on the enemy plot, but they do go down. They've been taken by a little time, able to get through the penalty, but not able to put any more points on the board as Black Ink Raiders comes back in strong.
Yeah, and Black Ink Raiders, too, I think just has quite the ink advantage in comparison to Octopi, unfortunately. Even with that Explosher being able to take such big portions of the zone when they are painting the zone. But just having that shooter advantage, I think, can be just really crucial here, and especially because there's only one shooter on the side of Octopi, and I think that it's proving to be quite difficult for them to not have that shooter aggression that can sometimes be so beneficial. And so Black Ink Raiders is definitely giving them a run for their money on this one.
Yes, it can, and you know, just what you're saying with that, you know, like the Expo puts out a lot of ink, but it is a bit slow. So, you know, while each slosh does put a lot onto the zone, those shooters are able to pretty much cover it if they're there and all shooting at it, as they have a much faster fire rate. We see the fight in the zone happening as it's kind of flipping back and forth. You got the Expo kind of able to take control there with its storm, excellent use of its special and pressure to wall that out, but Octopi gonna have to play a little bit more carefully here, make sure not going down to these shooters to be able to take a lead here.
Yeah, and I think the Explo is in a really good position, too, to be able to get the ink down where they need it. But I gotta give a shout-out to the E-Leader on the side of Black Ink Raiders. Black Ink Raiders is providing so much space for their E-Leader to be able to push up and apply pressure onto Octopi. And Octopi is proving now, once again, that the shooter is kind of proving to be a little bit more victorious here with only 27 ticks left on their penalty clock. And Octopi just not quite being able to really get out of their spawn effectively here. And so the tide is definitely in the favor of Black Ink Raiders right now.
Yeah, and Athena right here kind of just set up in a great position to be able to watch. Misses the snipe on the Explo, but still able to provide a lot of pressure, but they are going to get chased down by the Stamper on the side of Octopi. Once again, now with Octopi in control, they have very little penalty to eat through since then they've been making those kind of small, continuous pushes. But they are going to have to do a lot of work holding down zone, and with 2 down, they need to be careful here. But this Stamper is situated in a great place to take out this Crab, and while they do break the Crab, they aren't able to get the kill, but they do stall that timer out. With 30 counts left on the zone, it looks like Octopi may be able to take the lead here.
Yeah, only 5 more points now in order to take lead, and then there goes the lead for Octopi. We are getting now down to the 10 seconds. Try Ink Strike coming down, though, to try to get some more coverage in, and you can see that Black Ink Raiders is shooting to try to get as much color down as possible. The zone is still in a neutral position, but now, finally, Black Ink Raiders is going to be able to flip that zone back and getting the wipeout onto Octopi with 24 seconds left in the game.
Here now, it's very crucial for Black Ink Raiders to set up and stop the re-entry from Octopi. You know, there's just enough time to get back on here and get back through that penalty and score again with 10 seconds left. They have to make sure that they don't go down, and, you know, right now we see they're going to start eating through their penalty right here. You've got the tri-strikes coming out. They're doing everything they can to keep control of this zone, and it is enough to swing back in favor of Black Ink Raiders.
Yeah, and I think, too, one thing to keep a note is kind of in those last few seconds, unfortunately, the Explosher was the one pick that was to go down on the side of Octopi, and all 3 other members of Octopi were able to stay alive into the end of that game. And I think if the Explosher was able to stay alive and not get picked off there, that I think that game could have ended differently. I'm not saying that I don't think that Black Ink Raiders would have not won it, but I do think that there would have been a little bit more into that overtime push had the Exploser been able to apply a lot more inking pressure and was able to kind of be there with their teammates. But nevertheless, Black Ink Raiders able to take it back and to take that first game in Grands.
Yeah, absolutely. Great pressure from both teams. You saw that they were both able to pretty consistently get in there, flip the zone back and forth, leading to such a close game, you know, only set off by that 1-point overtime push lead. I think that both did such a great job there, and now that they both kind of know what to expect out of each other, it'll be interesting seeing going into the next match. You know, Black Ink Raiders knowing now they do have a little bit of advantage on aggression running the double shooter, or the more shooters, sorry, but they are able to get that pressure in, but they have to worry about, you know, getting one shot by his sharking sword just ready to pop out and get them. And in a mode like Rainmaker, where those Splatanas can do so much object damage to the Rainmaker shield, it is going to be something they have to consider.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, too, that Athena on that E-Leader really needs to watch out for the Stamper as well, because I feel that the clock for Octopi, when they originally were able to flip that lead, the Stamper was able to really lock that E-Leader out out from their spawn. And I think that was another crucial thing for Black Ink Raiders, was not being able to have that backline there to kind of offer them the support that they may or may not have needed, I feel, in that moment, and especially offering support to keep that X-Splasher away from the zone as well. But we're going to see here, there's an E-Leader with Athena. We're still going to see Athena on the E-Leader, and we are still going to see the double Splatana comp coming out for Octopi, and we have now the Machine coming out, as well as the Custom Junior providing that wave breaker and providing a lot of ink coverage. And right out the gate, you can see Octopi is on the offensive, but unfortunately not into their favor, and 3 members going down with the quick pop happening on the side of Black Ink Raiders.
Yes, and you know, you were talking about Athena. This is going to be a great map for Athena. Museum Infinously being a very great leader map, being able to just kind of reach all the way across the map into the opponent's spawn. You see a great jump out there as they dunk the Rainmaker and are able to get back out safely, saving their special charge, stopping the man disadvantage. As you see Octopi kind of rushing up into their base, but they don't have the Rainmaker up there yet. Black Ink Raiders is set up to make a good defense here.
Yeah, but I think that Octopi is still also ready for a great offense as they're able to take that first checkpoint, and you can see that Sprig was able to get a really nice pick there of player that was sharking behind that pillow. Just being very aware, and a lot of times too, I think with Museum especially, it comes down to a lot of map awareness. There's a lot of different spots where people like to try to hide and to try to shark and get the advantage and the jump on your opponents. And we can see here now Octopi is going to use that aggression to their advantage, and they're going to take a slight 4-point lead on Black Ink Raiders. So Black Ink Raiders is going to need to follow up with this Rainmaker and get it going. But an excellent double on the side for the Splatana with 3 members down on Octopi. So this is the moment where Black Ink Raiders can kind of make a good response.
Absolutely, and that was a great play from Octopi there. You know, with the new checkpoint system in Splatoon 3, whoever breaks first still gets that 1-point advantage, so they couldn't just take it or drop it and not be okay with pushing it further because they didn't have the lead yet. Octopi was able to create that space and get a little bit further, even though they were the second team to drop that check.
Oh yeah, now we see the ink... The Zip Caster. I want to keep calling it Ink Caster. They're all Ink Casters. The Zip Caster was able to apply a lot of pressure on that crab, so I don't think that crab was really able to get utilized as much as it wanted to. And Cammy was able to pick up that Rainmaker and just take a couple more points up there onto the plat of Black Ink Raiders, with Octopi having a 38-point lead, so only 20 points for Black Ink Raiders to try to catch up and get the points that they need in order to potentially take the lead again like they did in the last game. And so I think that they just got to be careful with handling the aggression coming from Octopi, because sometimes they can kind of come out as a surprise. And I think that Black Ink Raiders is doing a good job of trying to track that in a way to make sure that they're able to maintain space and to keep a distance from the more aggressive players. And I think they're doing a good job here on this splat with getting the Rainmaker almost back up to speed with where they had it originally, with 2 minutes left in the game.
Absolutely. You just see both teams here kind of having a fight it out for the Rainmaker. Octopi is able to grab it. It goes down to this Ink Zuka. You just see a lot of yellow ink here. Black Ink Raiders doing a great job of holding this mid, but we've seen time and time again that hold can disappear very quickly once all of Octopi is back in, because that aggression, they're able to take space really fast.
Yeah, and you could see too that Crab was doing an excellent job of holding 3 players of Octopi back into that opening point in front of the spinner on plat. Which I think it can be so crucial. This map is so crucial for crab placement, and especially on a map or on a mode like Rainmaker, being able to have a crab in the right place to apply pressure and to hold people back. But now Black Ink Raiders have 3 players down, and the wipeout happening on the side of Black Ink Raiders. Octopi this is your chance to try to get that Rainmaker moving again for a few more points, but it looks like we're going to actually opt for the Rainmaker to reset back in the middle, and we're going to keep applying a lot of pressure and applying aggression to Black Ink Raiders, which I think Octopi is definitely a little bit comfortable here. And I think that they need to be careful about that, especially considering the last game where they were able to get a little bit of a lead and then they kind of lost it right at the end. They lost the momentum right at the end. So I'm curious to see what they're going to do with the last 40 seconds here.
Yeah, and you see that Zipcaster was going in, causing a distraction, but really no one to follow up by picking up the Rainmaker. And as 30 seconds are left on this timer, ticking down, it's going to be very imperative for Black Ink Raiders to pick it up and start making a push. But with one down right now, and this member kind of being stuck in their Zuka, they've got to find the numbers to get up and get picks onto Octopi so that they don't just lose the Rainmaker to all these, you know, swords converging down on them. 2 down now on the side of Octopi, though. This could be the opportunity that they're looking for. 3 now, kind of a bit of a staggered killing there. They need to just play this carefully, play it a little bit slower, pick off enemies as they come to them. But you can see that these swords are doing a great job trying to come to them. But Black Ink Raiders also doing a great job, just applying pressure constantly, stopping this Rainmaker from advancing.
Yeah, and I think Octopi too was doing a really good job to try to play defense here. We got a few more points, and unfortunately, the slow game was not availing here, and the member of Black Ink Raiders was taken out, and Octopi is going to take this one. But I gotta hand it to Black Ink Raiders. They were able to hold on to the Rainmaker there into overtime for quite a bit of time, and I think you said it so excellently. They really needed to let the members of Octopi come to them in that moment. Just being on the lookout for that flank. You could see right near the end there, the Stamper jumped off of Plat and was trying to go around to that ramp side and flank the Rainmaker, but one of the members of Black Ink Raiders was really aware of their presence and was able to kind of stop them. And I think it was really important there for Black Ink Raiders to let the members of Octopi come to them, and especially with how aggressive Octopi was throughout that entire game. But unfortunately, just not having quite enough space in order to get the points that they needed.
Yes, absolutely. Very close game there. One of those moments where you just wonder if they held forward, if they could have just edged it out because the score was so close. But needless to say, they are able to take this set to 1-1 now. I think that's going to be an excellent display. We're going to be going on to the next game, which is going to be Clamblitz Brine Water, as both teams try to seek to turn this into match point for their advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And a game like Clamblitz Brine Water, it's so linear too. Like they're in this one, you know, there's only one way to get into that basket. There's really only one way to break through there and to get a clam in there, and I think it can make it really difficult, especially because the basket is in such tight quarters as well. And especially if you have a really strong backline on either side and they're able to kind of use the height advantage that Brine Water allows with the ramps, I think it can make it really hard to try to bust in there. But this is also a really key map, I feel like, for Try Ink Strike too. Try Ink Strike and Booyah Bomb is so good for a small close quarter map where the basket is at to try to clear space. And so I'm curious to see, like, if we're going to see the Stampers still making an appearance here, or if we're going to maybe switch that out for something that provides more space.
Yeah, I'm definitely wondering that as well. The Stamper also does offer the option of kind of hiding below those ledges, and when that, you know, E-Leader comes up a little bit too close, maybe looking for a snipe, it can jump up and get a pick on them. So there's definitely space to use it, but it does have its pros and its cons on this map.
Yeah, we're going to see Athena is still going to be sticking with that E-Leader, and Rose is going to be switching on over to the Explo, and we still are keeping a Stamper on both sides with Sprig versus Lemon, with 2 Stampers in the game.
Yes, we see the opposite ones coming out, actually, so we're going to see maybe a Stamp and a Zipcaster coming out on each side, which I think will be really interesting to see them utilize. Stamp, a great option for coming in kind of into their area in front of basket, clearing it out, forcing opponents to move, and Zip kind of doing the opposite, getting behind, getting picks from behind, and forcing players to divert their attention from the basket.
Yeah, and right off the gate there, you could see that Black Ink Raiders was able to get a soft wipe on Octopi, and Clam Economy is on their side. We have a Power Clam and some change in possession for Black Ink Raiders, just kind of looking for an opening here, but we have Rose using that Explosher to provide a lot of coverage and some ink for their teammates up front to have some space to kind of move around and to take advantage of the space that they are able to have and maintain right into mid there. And you can see Black Ink Raiders is kind of scrambling around to try to look for an opening here. You see that Zuka is trying to look for a pick and try to get some ink down, maybe displace a couple members of Octopi. But Octopi is able to kind of get back into formation really quickly. So Black Ink Raiders is struggling a little bit here to try to look for an opening.
And we saw a great defense there. They were able to pick up the wiper that came in and place the bubble in front of their own basket to make it a little bit harder for Black Ink Raiders to be able to just swim in and dunk the power clam for free. And they are able to push it back onto the other side and get clams in themselves on the counter push. They do dunk in a few clams, bringing it down to 62, but we do see the wipeout onto Octopi as now Black Ink Raiders are going to be kind of rushing their base, but have to wait a second or two for the basket to come up. And it looks like in that time they do go down before they're able to throw that clam.
And I gotta hand it to Jenny there, trying to set up that crab as best as they could and waiting for their teammate to come in with that power clam and waiting for that basket to come down. Unfortunately, the basket just a little bit delayed on coming down for them to try to make that pop where they needed it. That was an excellent bubble play though for defense for Cammy. You can tell Cammy was trying to go in and look for the pick where they needed it, and the wipeout happening once again on the side of Octopi. Now trying to go for round 2 of following up with the power clam for Black Ink Raiders.
This time they are able to sink both power clams in and do take the lead, already bringing it down to 54, but the Splash being the only person left are able to jump out, and you're just going to kind of see a repeat of the same thing now as they're going to take the space really fast, push up into this offensive position in front of the basket as both teams kind of just, you know, trade advantage states.
Yeah, and the crab getting a really good pick there too off of another member from Octopi. Octopi now having 2 power clams in their possession, trying to look for an opening here with 3 members in mid, kind of waiting it out to see if they're able to get in. You can see now that the Splatana is able to use their Zipcaster to try to get in there and look for picks from behind, with 3 members of Black Ink Raiders going down. And now Octopi once again making a pop, and the lead has been reversed with another power clam to follow up, bringing it down to the 31 mark. But now all the members of Octopi getting taken out and moved out of that basket real quickly. Black Ink Raiders now having 10 clams in their possession, ready to try to see if they can make a response. We still have 1.5 minutes left in the game, and honestly, Toma, I still think that this is anybody's game here.
Definitely is. Just going back to a second for that push is kind of blowing my mind. You saw that the members of Octopi were going down in the push, but you saw the junior sneak by, or the shot sneak by, and able to just pick up the our power clam that had been dropped further up the ramp and get it in. But now Black Ink Raiders responding strong, taking the lead down to 30 now as both these teams kind of just ping pong back and forth with score, taking the lead from each other.
Yeah, and especially on a map like Brinewater, it's such an easy map to ping pong off of, and especially if you have your front line being a lot more aggressive and they just kind of keep pushing the front. As soon as the team is wiped, they keep pushing the front. And it looked like that super jump was coming in with the power clam, but unfortunately just falling a little bit short for Octopi of trying to get that break. You can see the machine now soloing, trying to get in there to pick up that clam before it breaks, and unfortunately just not being able to get the ground that they needed in order to break in there. It's still just a 1-point difference with only 20 seconds left on the clock, and so Octopi needs to get a clam built and going so that they are able to stay in this game and bring it into overtime.
They sure do, and right now they do have a pity. It looked like they were able to pick up form really fast, but they do get picked. They need to be able to pick that up, get it to a safe position, and not let it die as we're going into overtime now. But there are now 2 down on the side of 3 down on the side of Octopi as Black Ink Raiders is really pushed up, and that power clam is going to expire.
Yeah, you could see there that right at the end when the members of Octopi were getting wiped, you could see Rose on the Explasher trying to just apply some pressure and just keep the members of Black Ink Raiders away as best as they could. But unfortunately, it was the power clam running out that became the downfall for Octopi of staying in this game. But we're still here. We're still going. It's a best of 5, and so we're gonna move on to game number 4.
Yes, we sure are. We're now at match point for Black Ink Raiders as they're going to look to try to clear this and take this at 1-3. But Octopi, definitely no stranger to these pushes now, is definitely going to be trying their best to take it 2-2 and take us to a game 5. And I definitely think that they're capable of it given these past games. We really just saw so much back and forth gameplay both in this and in zones. Both the teams kind of ping-ponging, responding so well to each other's pushes, and it coming down just to a matter of a few points.
Yeah, and I think too, going into tower control on Hagglefish, for game number 4. I think this is going to be a really crucial one, especially for those two backline players that we were seeing. We had Rose on the Explasher, and you had Athena playing on the E-Leader. I'm curious to see if we're going to be bringing that E-Leader out into Hagglefish. I think it would be a good one for Black Ink Raiders to have, and especially with having notoriously a double stamper or a double wiper comp coming out for Octopi. I think being able to have that range in order to displace and to kind of move the members of Octopi around on the map, I think could be really crucial for them here, especially on Hagglefish, where there's a lot of flanking that can be done. So I think that Black Ink Raiders really needs to be looking out for the flanks that could come from Octopi.
Yes, they absolutely do, and with the aggression we've seen come out of Octopi, we know it's not just a possibility, it's a certainty, so they're gonna have to keep an eye out. Octopi really loves to play aggressive, really play in their face, and it has worked for them very well in this set and in previous ones. And so we're going to be getting into that now. We'll see if there's any change in comp or if they're going to still continue to run that. We see a bow coming out from Athena on the side of Black Ink Raiders, and we do see a bit more of an aggressive comp still coming out on Octopi, but picking up a blaster this time, range blaster to be specific, which is going to be great for, you know, throwing that suction bomb onto tower, getting the wave break, forcing people out of space, and getting good picks.
Yeah, and this I believe is where we saw Octopi in the last set in semifinals actually take the game in overtime, and we still had Cammy on that range blaster as well. So I'm interested to see if Octopi is going to be able to run it back and kind of do the same thing again, and able to take this game off of Black Ink Raiders. But Black Ink Raiders is definitely in a good position right now, because even if they were to lose this game, there's still another game to be had to try to win. And so they're still in it, and they still have an opportunity to try to follow up with it. You can see now that Sprig was there just trying to do a really good flank, but now you have the wipeout on the side of Octopi, so Black Ink Raiders is just making their way downtown with these checkpoints, now breaking 2 checkpoints on their way to checkpoint number 3. Could this be all done in one push? And it's looking like it for Black Ink Raiders as they get a second wipeout with all members now on the tower and just counting down the points for those checkpoints. And there you have it, folks.
Wow.
Black Ink Raiders.
That was incredible. I think we saw a much more aggressive play there from Black Ink Raiders. They thought, hey, it's working out for Octopi. Why not have it work out for us? And I think the switch to Tri-Stringer was actually a great pick for them there, as they were able to provide a lot of pressure, add the extra chip that it needed for their team to get those picks in the forward space. As they're going to take this set 1-3. Congratulations to From the Ink Up Week 27 champions, Black Ink Raiders.
Round of applause for you guys, but also Octopi. An excellent effort on this for you as well. I mean, watching you guys come back on Hagglefish in your last match and getting the win from Hagglefish into overtime, and then coming back in to the grand finals against Black Ink Raiders. You guys did an excellent job. Great plays from both sides, but yeah, big congratulations to Black Ink Raiders.
Absolutely. I think that was a fantastic grand final set, and I'm looking forward to what we can see out of these two teams again if they return for From the Ink Up. But we want to thank you all for joining us here tonight. Once again, I am Toma. You can find me at Crest of Gautier on Twitter. And where can they find you, Saf?
You can find me on Twitter at Safirea. That's 2 P's, 2 A's, at Safirea. Or sometimes you can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/Safirea, but I'm on hiatus right now. Thank you so much to you all for being here, and thank you also for having me on the mic with you tonight, Toba. I had a blast.
Absolutely. Thanks again one more time to everyone for tuning into From the Ink Up tonight. If you're interested in joining our tournament, we are a bi-weekly tournament that runs every other Friday at 8 p.m. EST. You can sign up in our Discord, and we'll be posting there whenever we go live opening our submissions for next week. So once again, thank you everybody for joining us tonight, and we hope you have a great one.